non-starters for the Mounties. Number 1, Brady Stahl. Number 2, Nick Mejia. Number 3, Miguel Perez. Number 6, Joel Gutierrez. Number 7, Ryan Martinez. Number 11, Ethan Corral. Number 14, Matt Viveros. Number 15, Hudson Castillo. Number 16, Sam Silversmith. Number 17, Hudson Korsinski. Number 20, Jack Rudemetkin. Number 21, Joey Peralta. Number 22, Tyler Primanto. Number 25, Jaden McCoyak. Number 26, Dom Lewis. Number 28, Jeremiah Cibrian. Number 30, AC Nieto. Number 31, Diego Villa. Number 34, Benjamin Kim. Number 35, Adam Magday. And number 44, Isaiah Muniz. Starting lineup for the Mounties, leading off the center fielder, number 24, Brian Bradshaw. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 8, Landon White. Batting third, the third baseman, number 19, Ty Thomas. Batting fourth, the second baseman, number 27, Tyler Stahl. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 5, Diego Ortiz. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 23, Cole Knockreiner. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 9, Jackson Giacone. Batting eighth, the left fielder, number 4, Terrell Jackson. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 12, Noah Rodriguez. And on the mound for the Mounties with a record of 10-1, number 18, Brendan Menchaca. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 Mount San Antonio College Mounties. And now let's introduce the coaches, non-starters and starters for the West Valley College Vikings. Vikings head coach, Bobby Hill. Assistant coaches, Kai Hockey, Daryl Brown, Gabe Cruz, Blake Diggle, Robbie DeVille, Kim Garabatzos, and Nicholas Pelster. Non-starters for the Vikings, number 3, Jake Jones. Number 4, Kenji Colston. Number 8, Julian Ito. Number 9, Kimo Robb. Number 11, Ian Salvena. Number 13, Will Fisher. Number 14, Tyson Ellis. Number 15, Sage Romero. Number 16, Trayvon Jones. Number 17, Charlie Kawada. Number 18, Ahmed Brown. Number 19, Colin Melrose. Number 20, Ryan Bays. Number 21, Dylan Summers. Number 22, Hunter Olson. Number 24, Adrian Valdez. Number 27, Shane Timmons. Number 28, Andrew Bonfigli. Number 30, Jordan Jackson. Number 31, Brandon Ashley. Number 32, Jace Newton. Number 33, Antonio Nordman. Number 35, Nico Wagner. Number 38, Will Bailey. Number 40, Kyle Stritsky. Number 44, Sebastian Bueller. And number 48, Jordan Montez. And now the starting lineup for the Vikings. Leading off, the second baseman, number 7, David Estrada. Batting second, the center fielder, number 26, Carmelo Rivera. Batting third, the third baseman, number 25, Xander Seelken. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 12, Colin Spear. Batting fifth, the shortstop, number 2, Kyle Laxa. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 5, Eric Altmark. Batting seventh, the left fielder, number 1, Jordan Hall. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 23, Isaac Hawthorne. Batting ninth, the catcher, number 10, Drew Dillahay. On the mound for the Vikings with a record of 4-2, number 41, Bryce Berry. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 West Valley College Vikings. Umpires for today's game are behind home plate, Alan Walker. At first base, Dwayne Finley. Second base, Brian Klein. Third base, Toby Wilson. Left field, Nick Spencer. And in right field, Jeremy Mendoza. Fans of this Steinway asset, you all please rise and remove your hats for a special announcement. In addition to this weekend being the culmination of an amazing 2025 baseball season, it's also Memorial Day. And at this time, we'd like to take a second to remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice throughout the years for the very freedom that allows us to have this amazing baseball weekend. In addition, we'd also like to pause to remember 4 very special members of our CCC BCA baseball family. Tony Bones Barbone, James O'Brien, Don Snedden, and Ed Olson, who have left us all much too soon. At this time, let's observe a moment of silence for those no longer with us. Thank you. Please remain standing and join yours truly, public address announcer and Orange Coast College Sports Information Director Tony Altobelli, in the singing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Bring back in Tony Barbone here. It was an awful lot about a guy named Justin Brule really catching fire there at the tail end, and not a whole lot the Warriors seem to be able to do against Brule here today.
Well, I think we've been around baseball long enough to know that good pitching beats good hitting, and Taylor Roshi's been solid all year, but 5-2 ball game's a really good ball game. It just that Mr. Brule made it look like it wasn't that close. But 3-run ball game was a good demonstration of community college baseball. 2 great clubs, but dominated by the left-hander Mr. Brule in the end.
Yeah. Hello, and happy Memorial Day as we welcome you to Mount San Antonio College for Championship Monday at the 3C2A Baseball State Championships. Mount San Antonio College just one win away from a championship, set to take on the West Valley College Vikings. And we're down to 2, and perhaps 2 games today, but on the precipice of crowning a 2025 state champion here in the 3C2A. And before we get too much into the matchup, saw the promo, or I should say the piece put together about Tony Barbone, obviously showing that he had been part of our team here. And I wanted to speak very briefly for us here at SoCalCollegeSports.com. For those who might not be aware that for many years, due to the changing nature of this event, those might not be aware that Tony was a member of our team and joined us on our broadcast. And when I talk about Tony joining us here for the Baseball State Championships, he didn't just pop in for an inning or two, maybe do one game with us, which would be a nice enough gesture in and of itself. Now, Tony would come and spend the whole weekend with us, sit in for every game, and join us on our broadcast. He donated his time, his talent, his dedication, because he had such a passion for community college baseball, for this event. And we like to think that he also had a vision to see that what we were doing was worthwhile, that this event was absolutely worth the effort to be widely available to those who couldn't be here in person to see it. So Tony was our teammate for a number of years, and we were the beneficiaries of his wit and wisdom, of his passion for baseball, and his belief that great baseball being played here should be seen by as many people as possible. And I don't really know how to finish this, except to simply convey gratitude and to say that we, too, all miss our friend. And so all I can think to say is the same words that I said to him year after year when he gave so much of his time and effort to help us to be just a little bit better. Thanks, Bones. Bryce Berry on the mound for West Valley College, getting the start here today. And Berry been used throughout the season quite a bit. We'll give you the numbers just momentarily, but obviously as we reach day 3 of this event, and for Bobby Hill, it becomes a challenge. The 3 starters that have led this rotation all season long have all pitched their games, and now they turn to Berry, who has only gone longer than 2 innings on one occasion this year. So Berry will get the start. We'll see where we go from here. Let's give you the numbers on Berry very quickly. He makes his 22nd appearance, a record of 4-2 on the season, an ERA of 3.73 in 31 1/3 innings, allowed 24 hits, walked 13, struck out 34. So the right-hander Berry gets the call, and he will work to Brian Bradshaw, Landon White, and Ty Thomas. The Mounties serve as the visiting team here in Game 6 of the tournament. Again, they have come through the winner's bracket with wins on each of the first 2 days. So they arrive here needing just one more win to be the champions here in the 3C2A in 2025. Berry's first pitch to Bradshaw, outside for a ball. This, of course, a rematch of the game yesterday, our second game in the triple-header. That was a 9-3 win for Mount Sac to punch their ticket here to Championship Monday. West Valley had to go back to work, and they did with a 16-4 win over Cypress in our third and final game last night to arrive here. But the challenge for the Vikings is a great one, as they will have to sweep a doubleheader here today to bring the championship to West Valley. 1-1 on Bradshaw. Swung on, fly ball left center. Moving over, it's Jordan Hall in the lineup in left field for West Valley. Gets his first start on the weekend and has the fly out to retire Bradshaw, and that'll bring up Landon White. Let's set the defense for you. Jordan Hall in left, Carmelo Rivera in center, Eric Altmark in right, Xander Seelkin at third, Kai Laxa at short, David Estrada into the lineup at second base. He's been the designated hitter throughout the weekend. Colin Spear at first, Drew Dillahay back behind the plate, and Bryce Berry on the mound. A shot back through the box, another hit for Landon White. It's his 5th in the tournament in 10 at-bats. And sounds like a gaudy number at 500, but it's actually only in keeping with the way that Landon White has swung the bat all season. Came into this weekend with an average of 472, and he's actually up that number in the postseason. So White aboard, first base runner, for the Mounties, and it'll bring up Ty Thomas. Inside for a ball. Thomas, a big game in the matchup yesterday. A couple of doubles, a couple of runs batted in, as the Mounties got huge production from the top three in their order. Good cut for Thomas back to the screen. Evened up at a ball and a strike. The top three in the lineup, Bradshaw, White, and Thomas, combined to go 6 for 11 with 4 walks. 5 runs, 4 runs batted in from that top three. And if they can get that kind of production again, a tough job's going to get a little bit tougher for the Vikings. Tough hop for Estrada at second. Everybody going to be safe. It'll go down as an error on David Estrada, and Estrada back in the field after being at that designated hitter spot all weekend. And first ball is a tough one. Takes a tough hop off the glove of Estrada. Does keep it on the infield, so White can advance only as far as second base. But the Mounties with something going early, 2 on, just 1 out. And Barry's fastball just inside for a ball. Barry did have a very short outing back on Saturday in the win against Cyprus on Saturday night. Went just a third of an inning, but that was enough to lock down the 3-2 win, finishing it off for Nico Wagner, who went 8 2/3. As the Vikings advanced in the winner's bracket before being upended by the Mounties yesterday afternoon. Fly ball, center field. Moving over, it's Rivera. White gonna tag up and make it to third. So Stull retired on the long fly out. Runners at the corners, 2 down, and they'll bring up Diego Ortiz. And arguably, as good as that top 3 has been in the Mountie lineup, this may be the bat that the Mounties wanted to plate here in the tournament so far. Ortiz has swung the bat very well. 4 for 9 in the series. 3 runs batted in, and he comes up here with an opportunity to give the Mounties the early lead. A bluff towards second for Thomas, not going anywhere. The pitch low for Barry. 1 ball and no strikes on Ortiz. Quick turnaround for the Vikings, as they were out here well past 9 o'clock in a lengthy Game 5. So no doubt a late night. Get back, get settled, get something to eat after that, and then you are up bright and early in the morning to go back to it. Slow roller to short. Laxa going to go to second in time to retire the side. Barry puts a couple on, but out of the inning unscathed. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error. 2 left on base through half an inning. Mount Sac, nothing. West Valley coming to bat. It's Championship Monday at the 3C2A Baseball Championships on the Bay Area Online Sports Network.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Right-hander Brendan Menchaca on the mound for the Mounties, and among the advantages built into coming straight out of the winner's bracket is the use of far less pitchers for Mount San Antonio College. They have gone with just 4 pitching appearances through the first 2 games, and that allows them to bring Brendan Menchaca onto the mound, making his 14th start on the season, his 17th appearance, an ERA of 2.66, a record of 10-1, in 64 1/3. He's allowed 69 hits, walked 14, struck out 53. So John Knott, obviously a little more wiggle room with that pitching staff. And he can go to Menchaca, who's been an outstanding number 3 in this rotation all season long. And he will go to work on David Estrada, Carmelo Rivera, and Xander Seelken. Bobby Hill, just one change of note in the lineup, but going with largely the same lineup that we have seen all weekend. No big surprise there. Off speed, low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes on David Estrada. Estrada, a 400 hitter in the regular season, keying this potent lineup at the top of the order. Fouls that one off the instep. A ball and a strike on Estrada. Also has some pop at the top of the order, and we saw that on Saturday evening as he led off the game against Cyprus with a home run. It was his 5th on the season. 1-1. Tailing outside for a ball. 2-1 on Estrada. And Chaka ready. Again, fastball tailing outside for a ball. Estrada out in front, 3 balls and a strike. And Estrada, after a brief struggle yesterday, going 0 for 4 against the Mounties in their matchup, still 3 for 12 overall for the tournament. And Chaka paints the outside corner, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Chaka, another good control pitcher for this Mountie pitching staff that has carried right on here in the tournament. Chopper to first. Terrible bounce under Ortiz down the right field line. Estrada, hustling out of the box, is going to make it to second. And that will go down for the Vikings as a thank you. Somewhat fortunate double for Estrada to get things started. But no chance for Ortiz on this nasty bounce. Watch this one. Yeah, off that seam between the dirt and the turf. A game of inches, and that working decidedly for the Vikings, as Estrada will end up at second, his 4th hit of the tournament, and immediately a runner in scoring position as Carmelo Rivera will stand in from the left side. And a quick throw over, and I think Menchaca there just has to make that toss to avoid picking up the balk. Not much chance on that one that they were going to get Estrada. So Estrada away from second. Rivera squares to bunt. Offered at it. No balls and a strike. Behind the plate, Alan Walker calling the balls and strikes here in Game 6. Again, the Vikings need this one to force a Game 7. And for the Mounties, if they can take care of business here. Good bunt from Rivera. Menchaca with the strong throw to just get Rivera at first. But the sacrifice successful. Estrada moves to third with 1 out. For Carmelo Rivera, that was his 4th sacrifice on the season. But that's about as good a bunt as you're going to see. And a good job by Menchaca, coming off the mound quickly to just get Rivera by a half a step. That'll bring up Seelken. Seelken back in the lineup, and that's about Seelken playing just 22 games on the season, but that number also a little bit misleading. He missed better than a month of the season and has come back in the last few weeks and been reinserted into the lineup. So Seelken, when available, has been a regular in this lineup. Back to the screen, a ball and a strike. The infield back up the middle, about halfway at first and third. So if Seal can get one back up the middle, Vikings can grab the lead here in the bottom of the first. On the outside corner now, down in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Xander Sealkin came in batting .398. 2 home runs, 19 runs batted in. Tried to hold up. They'll appeal down to Wayne Finley over at first, says didn't go around. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sealkin 3 for 12 on the weekend at the plate. 2-2 pitch. Reaches out and pokes that one by Ortiz into right for a base hit, and the Vikings draw first blood on the RBI single from Xander Sealkin. That's a good piece of hitting from Sealkin. Just threw the barrel of the bat at that one, but gets enough of it to get it by Ortiz, who's having a long first inning down there at first base. Let's watch it here one more time. Yeah, it's good location, and Sealkin just a good piece of hitting. Takes it up the line. Ortiz got a glove on it, but couldn't bring it in. Vikings grab the lead. Cutter just outside. 1-0 on Colin Spear. Danger here for Menchaca with Spear at the plate. 16 home runs, 69 runs batted in. Came in batting .343. And again, looking for that outside corner. 2 balls and no strikes. And not a big surprise here. They've been working carefully to Spear all weekend. He's 3 for 9 in the tournament with 4 walks. Also been hit by a pitch. Paints the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike. Outfield playing Spear straight away and back a couple of steps. Popped up. Room for Knockreiner. And Knockreiner moving back does make the catch to retire Spear. 2 down. Sealkin still at first. And he'll bring up Kyle Axon. Sophomore shortstop hitting .354. 6 home runs, 51 runs batted in. Coming off a 3-hit performance last night in the win against Cyprus to keep the Vikings in the tournament and make their way to Championship Monday. Outside a ball from Menchaca. A ball and no strikes. Two balls and no strikes on Laxa. Altmark would be next. If Laxa can keep it going here in the bottom of the first, just underway. Here from Mount San Antonio College. Here at this tremendous facility they built in Walnut. Hosting the championship once again. Going to move back to the north next year, though the word we're getting is not all the way to the north. Apparently the plan right now is a return for at least 1 year to Fresno. But that's next year. 3-1. Chopper to short. Rodriguez on the big hop. He'll go to second to retire the side. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base through 1. West Valley grabs the 1-0 lead on the 3C2A Baseball Championships, Championship Monday.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Top of the second. And a 1-0 lead for West Valley, and this is exactly what you're looking for. Bobby Hill and the West Valley Vikings. They get off to the fast start that they're looking for. Grab the 1-0 lead as we head to the top of the second. And while we're conveying gratitude, also want to give thanks to ourselves and the great team here at SoCalCollegeSports.com, of which I am a very, very proud member. But a great job again, guys, and on this SoCal College Sports production, distributed through the Bay Area Online Sports Network. But once again, fantastic job by our team here producing this broadcast. And a lot of names, too many to mention right here as Knockreiner stands in to start the top of the second inning. But convey my gratitude to the team as well. No balls and a strike. High and inside. A ball and a strike. Cole Knockreiner to be followed by Jackson Giacone. And Terrell Jackson, 6-7-8 coming up against Bryce Berry, who works into his second inning. Breaking ball low, 2 balls and a strike. And for the Mounties, I'm racking my brain if they've trailed yet on the weekend, and they haven't. They were tied with Sierra in that very, very tough opener that they ended up winning 4-3 in 11 innings, and then they jumped out to the lead on the Vikings. In fact, led 7-0 before the Vikings did get on the board, but were never really in jeopardy in the matchup yesterday. So as much adversity as the Mounties have faced certainly this weekend, if not all year, coming in with a record of 44-6 on the season, but they're down here 3 balls, 2 strikes to Knockreiner, with the Vikings on top 1-0 here in the top of the second. Lifted to center. Rivera back at the track and in front of the wall. Brings it in. Knockreiner to the deepest recesses of the park. Just in front of the wall for out number 1. That'll bring up Jackson Giacone. There you see Rivera able to bring that one in and then reach out and touch the wall. That's how far Knockreiner was able to hit that one, but not quite out. Quickly a strike on Giacone. Jackson Giacone fouled away, no balls and 2 strikes. Came in batting .253, 2 home runs, 25 runs batted in. 1 for 8. Emery Johnson in the director's chair for today. And, of course, last night we were working on our own awards. One for Best Mustache. And Jackson Giacone in the conversation. Congratulations. Busted inside, but Giacone able to muscle it through for a base hit. A 1-out base runner is Giacone. Delivers the single. Barry had great location in on the hands. But Giacone, with the strength, gets it through the infield. And the Mounties have a base runner as Terrell Jackson will come to the plate. Excuse me, Terrell Jackson. Swing and a miss. Looked like a good change from Barry. And had Jackson well out in front. Terrell Jackson Jr. came in batting .298, 3 home runs, 23 runs batted in. And again, a swing and a miss for Jackson. who's still out in front. So in a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Noah Rodriguez waiting on deck. Giacone away from first. That'll draw a throw. Barry ready. Fly ball left field. Plenty of room for Hall. 2 down. And Noah Rodriguez will be the batter. And Rodriguez has been the pest at the plate here this weekend that he's been all year. Rodriguez batted .379 in the regular season. And he's kept it up here this weekend, going 3 for 6 over the first 2 games. And that becomes so critical. Look at the bats at the top of the order. Bradshaw and White both hitting over 400. Big year from Ty Thomas in the 3-hole, and Rodriguez on consistently all season in front of them. Curveball well inside, a ball and a strike. Well, as I say about Bryce Berry. 1 out away from what would be his second longest outing of the season. So he has really been operating out of the pen all year. And we'll see what the plan is. But right now he's an out away from blanking the Mounties over the first couple innings, which no doubt was absolutely the goal to start with for Bryce Berry. Inside all the way back to the screen. That is going to allow Giacone to move up. So now a runner in scoring position for Rodriguez with a 2-2 count. 2 down, top of the second. Berry ready. Fouled away. Rodriguez, 21 walks against 14 strikeouts in the regular season. Just what you would expect. Handles the bat well. Two. Line drive into center field. This is a base hit for Rodriguez. Giacone rounding third. He'll score without a play, and we're tied at 1. And the wild pitch looms a little larger as Giacone moves up to second, and Rodriguez promptly brings him home. 4th hit in the tournament for Rodriguez. Ties it up here in the top of the second, and now Brian Bradshaw will come to the plate, and Barry will work on his second time through the order. Rodriguez a short lead at first. First offering at the knees to Bradshaw for strike 1. Bradshaw flied to left his first time up. Working on an outstanding tournament. Popped up. Laxa taking charge, has it to retire the side. But the Mounties even it up. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. Through 1.5, all tied at 1. Mount Sac, West Valley for the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Another perfect day for baseball here from Walnut, California. Temperature of 67 degrees and just a light breeze in from left field at 3 miles an hour. And we move to the bottom of the second inning. First pitch swinging, ground ball to second, Stull. Over to first to retire Altmark. 1 pitch, 1 out for Menchaca here in the bottom of the second. And Jordan Hall will be the batter. Hall, a pinch hit appearance in the win against Cypress last night, so 0 for 1 in the tournament, and now moves into the lineup. As he comes into left field, Isaac Hawthorne waiting on deck, the designated hitter. Line drive, fair ball, just over third. Extra bases for Hall. Rounding first, he'll cruise into second with a 1-out double. Another perfect spot for Hall, who goes the opposite way, up and over Thomas. And finds that left field line. Perfect spot. And a runner in scoring position now for Isaac Hawthorne. So Kenji Colston, who was laboring with what appeared to be a leg injury last night, comes out of the game and not in the lineup, at least for the first game today, as Estrada comes into the lineup at second. And Hawthorne moves to the DH spot with Hall now in left. Here's the 1-0. Back to the screen. A ball and a strike on Isaac Hawthorne. Hawthorne, one of 7 bounce backs on this West Valley roster. So it's an experienced team with a lot of D1 talent. Fly ball, right field. Giacone there. Tagging up is Hall. He'll move to third on the Hawthorne flyout. So 2 down, and it'll bring up Drew Dillahay. So Dillahay back in the lineup behind the plate. Vikings got a big lift last night, as Dillahay's partner in crime for much of the season, Andrew Bonfigli, came into the lineup. Couple of hits, couple of walks. Big performance at the plate in the 16-4 win. But back to Dillahay today. Behind the plate, takes the first pitch for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Hall at third with 2 down. We're in the bottom of the second, tied at 1. Fouled out of play. Ball and a strike on Drew Dillahay. Dillahay on the season, batted .280. Home run, 15 runs batted in. Still looking for his first hit in the tournament. And this would be a great time for it. You're the Vikings. With a runner at third, any old kind of a hit will do it here and give them the lead here in the bottom of the second. 1-2. Menchaca ready. Just outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, we're going to have another look at this one here. And Alan Walker says, not quite. Two and 2 on Dillahay. Here's the pitch. Back to the screen. Dillahay does a good job there against the breaking ball. Fooled on that one, but able to just stay with it, fight it off, earn another pitch. All the way from third. Outfield playing Dillahay just slightly the opposite way. Line drive over Stull, a base hit for Dillahay. He does deliver with the 2-out RBI single. So Dillahay indeed with his first base hit of the tournament, and it comes at a huge time for the Vikings here in this all-important Game 6. Vikings trying to stay alive, force a one-game decider. And a timely hit for Drew Dillahan. You think back to the scouting report that we got on this team from longtime sports information director at West Valley College, Matt Folsom, watches this team all season long. So they've been timely with their hitting all season long. Come up with big hits and big moments. It's what this team has done all year. And I'd say the scouting report pretty accurate. Ball and a strike on Estrada, who doubled his first time up, getting a fortunate bounce off that seam in the turf. Nonetheless, the Vikings took full advantage as Sealkin delivered a base hit, scoring Estrada in the first. So they'll take it. 4 hits on the weekend now for Estrada. Down in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. There goes the runner. Low and inside, the throw from Knockreiner. And not in time. Well, the throw looked like it got there in time, but not quite enough on it. Watch here. Yeah, as Rodriguez is having to reach out to bring that ball in, tries to sweep the tag, never had it, and that allows Dillahay to steal the base. Well, in the top of the inning, we saw a runner move up, and a timely hit produce a run. Let's see what happens here, as now Estrada has a runner in scoring position. He's worked the count back to 3-2. And Menchaca will check Dillahay at second. Here's the pitch. Lined into center. Bradshaw on the run. It'll hang up. He's got it to retire the side, but the Vikings move back in front. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. 1 left on base. Through 2 complete. West Valley back out in front, 2-1. Here at the 3C2A Baseball Championships, Championship Monday.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Bryce Berry back on the mound for the top of the third, and the heart of the order coming up for the Mounties. Landon White, Ty Thomas, Tyler Stoll due up, with the Mounties trailing it 2-1. RBI single from Dillahay puts the Vikings back in front. And so the plan, at least for now it would seem, is to continue with Bryce Berry. And only gone longer than 2 innings once on the year, but all hands on deck. Well, we talked about the Mounties having used just 4 pitchers through the first 2 days. Obviously, the Vikings don't have that luxury, but they get a huge performance from Kyle Skritsky last night, going 5 2/3 in relief to lock down the win. White back up the middle, another base hit. Landon White 2 for 2. And the leadoff hitter aboard. But that big performance from Skritsky does preserve an awful lot of arms nonetheless. 8 different pitchers through the first 3 days, and now back to Barry, who becomes the first pitcher to appear twice for the Vikings on the weekend as he gets the start here today. But, of course, those that have followed the Vikings all season long, well aware this is a very, very deep pitching staff, no less than 20 pitchers. So there are a lot of arms for Bobby Hill to tap here. Sky high to left, but it's going to twist foul. Thomas tomahawks that ball, but well foul. A ball and a strike on Thomas. He reached on an error his first time up. Landon White on at first. Outside a ball, 2 balls and a strike on Thomas. And White up over 100 hits on the season, so he's spent an awful lot of time on base, but 6 stolen bases on the season in 8 attempts. 3-1. I'll be surprised if John Knott is going to move Landon White with Thomas and Stahl. Ortiz coming up. Trip through the meat of that Mountie order. Shot back in the box. Barry does knock it down. He's going to go to first, but the low throw, and Spear can't dig it out. Barry's still down on one knee. They'll take a look at him. But this was a shot back to the mound. And Barry still down as they'll take a look at him. And they're out quickly. All kinds of toughness from Bryce Barry, who not only takes that ball, knocks it down, but even had the presence to try and come up and make the play at first. Just couldn't get the throw on line. It's in the dirt, but here you see it, and yeah, it looks like, and we really don't want to speculate, but maybe catches him up at that right shoulder. And he is up enough, but so tough to gather himself after that harrowing experience on the rocket off the bat of Ty Thomas. And they'll obviously look at that right shoulder, and as relates to the game specifically, you do wonder if maybe hits on the right shoulder that could affect the ability for the right-hander to throw the ball. But they will take their time and be very careful and take a look at Bryce Barry. And actually, it looks like they might be looking at the left arm. One more look, but we will step aside here while they continue to look at Bryce Barry. 2 on for the Mounties in the top of the third. Vikings on top 2-1 here on Championship Monday at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
And the fortunate news is it appears that the only casualty in that line shot through the box is another watch for the West Valley College Vikings as 6'8", 240 Bryce Barry, but still cat quick, able to get the hands up and get himself enough out of the way of that ball. Appears to be okay, obviously. A great sight to see, and they'll give him a few warm-up tosses, but that ball was up there on that right shoulder, so no doubt they'll also be looking at how he comes out here as he gets himself settled and ready to go again. And they have given him a new watch, so those watches take a beating. I've seen a couple go down here on the weekend. Another one out. And it'll bring up Stull. So runners at first and second, nobody out. So Barry, not a lot of time to gather himself. He's in a jam. here in the top of the third. And Stahl, who flied to center his first time up, stands in from the right side. Barry's offering the bunt back to the box. Barry looking at third, now goes back to first and does get Stahl, but the successful sacrifice puts 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 out. And let's see how Bobby Hill wants to play it. They've got the 2-1 lead, and right now, let's see where Kyle Laxa goes, because right now he's still in with Diego Ortiz at the plate. And yeah, Mike is going to roll the dice here a bit, and they'll come in on the infield for Ortiz. And of course, with the infield in, Ty Thomas happy to take that massive lead off of second. So if Ortiz can deliver a base hit here, outstanding chance that the Mounties can grab the lead. 1-0 popped in back of third. Long run for Seelkin. This over near the line, and it's just foul. So Ortiz nearly found the perfect spot. A ball and a strike. Mentioned the big weekend for Ortiz at the plate. He's 4 for 10 after the fielder's choice here in the first, but also 3 runs batted in. So he has been a key contributor here this weekend, and a chance here once again. Swing and a miss. Barry rears back and throws it by him. Well, shoulder still good enough to bring the gas. A ball and 2 strikes. Barry has the sign. Here's the 1-2 to Ortiz. Back to the middle, a base hit. Rounding third, Thomas. They're going to wave him in. Here comes the throw. They'll cut it off. The Mounties back in front. Ortiz delivers again.
Catcher number 23.
5 hits, 5 runs batted in the tournament for Diego Ortiz. The 2-run single. And a back and forth game 6. Now it's the Mounties in front 3-2 with Cole Knockreiner at the plate. Knockreiner gave it a ride his first time up. Flying out to deep center. Snap throw down from Dillahay, but Ortiz back. Knockreiner 2 for 9 in the tournament. .325 average during the regular season. Fastball for a strike. A ball and a strike now on Knockreiner. Bluff towards second for Ortiz. Fastball on the inside corner, a ball and 2 strikes. Now on Knockreiner with Jackson Giacone waiting on deck. Still only 1 out here in the top of the third. Curveball. Fly to right. Playable for Altmark. 2 down. That'll bring up Giacone. Ortiz down at first. Not much of a threat to go. 2 stolen bases in 4 attempts. Three runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Mounties. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Vikings. Fastball on the outside corner, and looks to me like that might be a 4-seamer. From the right-hander, Barry working away from the left-hander, Jackson Giacone. Squared to bunt, takes it for a ball. 1-1 on Giacone. This Giacone last time up. And again, that was the one that he just managed to muscle through for a base hit. And Giacone, quiet tournament at the plate. 2 for 9, but I have the feeling that Giacone One of those guys in the lineup. Just a steady bat, but also he's played an outstanding right field. All tournament, if not all season. Two-two pitch. Slow curve, a beauty. Freezes Giacone. Down on strikes to retire the side, but the Mounties come up with 2 big runs on 3 hits, no errors. 1 left on base, heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Mt Sac noses out in front, 3-2 at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
Every coach, every fan knows the power of a team working toward a shared goal. That's why E-Team Sponsor is proud to be a partner with the 3C2A, helping our colleges raise over $4.6 million this year alone. Together, we're fueling the dreams of tomorrow's champion.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Vikings find themselves trailing on the scoreboard for the first time today. Now down 3-2 as they come up here in the bottom of the 3rd. Menchaca back on the rubber, ready to go. First pitch swung on and fouled away. No balls and a strike on Carmelo Rivera. Successful sacrifice, his first time up. Pulls that one foul. Now in a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Great location from Menchaca on that pitch. That one diving down, and nothing that Rivera's going to be able to do with that pitch. Now in a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Menchaca into the wind. Here's the 0-2. Tried it again. Missed it low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brendan Menchaca making his 3rd start here in the postseason. A record of 2-0 in the postseason. He gets Rivera on strikes, and he has been tremendous. In 8 2/3, 8 hits, walked 2, struck out 10, an ERA of 1.04 in the postseason. And he has the lead here in the bottom of the 3rd, but the Vikings have been able to get some work done. They've got 2 on the board, still trailing 3-2. On the outside corner, strike 1 to Sealkin. Sealkin with an RBI single, his first time up. A ball and a strike. Colin Spear on deck. Bradshaw shifting over toward right center, out in center field. Breaking ball outside, 2 balls and a strike. Now on Sealkin. Lined into right, Giacone moving in, he's got it. 2 down. Now Sealkin tried to go the opposite way again, as he did for the RBI single. That one just got it a little too good. And out to Giacone for out number 2. So 2 down, bases empty, and Colin Spear coming to the plate. And you got to believe it's exactly how Brendan Menchaca wants to work on Colin Spear. With 2 down and the bases empty. Breaking ball well outside. A ball and no strikes on Spear. Pulled foul. Ball and a strike. Spear now 16 for 43. Just a shade under 400. At the plate in the postseason. And he's got 5 home runs just in the postseason alone. Blew the fastball by him, the ball and 2 strikes. It's a good call going to the fastball. Menchaca has been showing an awful lot of breaking stuff, more off speed for the first time through the order. Haven't seen him rear back with the heat too often, and that time was able to get it by Spear. Back to the breaking ball. Spear went around, down on strikes. 3 up, 3 down for Menchaca in the third. We're through 3. Mount Sac on top 3-2 on Championship Monday at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I'm in my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, it's run me the check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
To support this championship, the Coaches Association is providing event management and venue administration associated with this premier 3C2A championship.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
From Mount San Antonio College at the 3C2A Baseball Championship. And the Mounties with the 3-2 lead. Bryce Berry will continue on the mound for the Vikings, and he will work to Terrell Jackson, Noah Rodriguez, and then the top of the order, Brian Bradshaw. And now the mandate for Berry changes from what it's been. And now he's got to keep the Mounties as close as possible with the Vikings down 3-2. Breaking ball in for a strike. Jackson didn't love the call, but he's down to the count, no balls and a strike. Rips this one, just foul. Nick Spencer down that left field line with a great view, and Jackson hits this ball a ton, but just pulled it. Now in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Jackson flying to left his first time up. He's 1 for 6 on the weekend, but he's also walked and been hit by a pitch 3 times, but he's down on strikes here. As he starts after the curve from Berry, can hold up. Second consecutive strikeout for Berry after he got Giacone to finish the third. And now Noah Rodriguez will be the batter. A base hit his first time up. Rodriguez putting together an outstanding weekend at the plate, 4 for 7. Takes the fastball high for a ball. Yeah, it's a strange weekend for Terrell Jackson. Just 1 for 7 at the plate, but he's been on an awful lot. Must be starting to wonder if they've got it in for him personally. Been hit by a pitch 3 times. In addition to a walk, but that is the pressure that these lineups put on you. Just have a way of getting on base. And speaking of which, the Vikings last night in that big win against Cyprus drew 11 walks as a team. And so part of the success that both of these teams have had has been an ability to get deep into counts, give themselves multiple ways of getting on base. They've shown an ability to get there via the walk as much as anything as well. 3 balls and 2 strikes as that one paints the outside corner. Now Rodriguez really helped to key a rally in the second inning as the base hit put a couple of runners on. Or I should say the base hit actually drove home Giacone, so the 2-out hit was big. At that time, it tied the game at 1. Vikings would retake the lead before the Mounties came back and took the lead in the top of the third. That one up and over the head of Rodriguez. So Noah Rodriguez has been on twice. And again, as the Mounties roll to the top of the order, they'll do so with runners on base, as has been the case certainly this weekend and really all season. That one squirts away from Dillahay, and Rodriguez quickly into scoring position. And they're going to call that a pass ball. Rodriguez now at second for Bradshaw, who's 0 for 2. Flied out and popped out. Oh, from Berry. Bradshaw had a cut. Ball and a strike. Brian Bradshaw has been busy this weekend. Just 2 for 10, but has also walked 3 times and scored 3 runs. So still getting himself on base, even though he hasn't had a huge weekend at the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Swinging bunt out in front of home plate. Dillahay will go to first to retire Bradshaw. Rodriguez able to advance to third. And now with Landon White coming to the plate, the Mounties will look for some insurance with a runner at third. And Dillahay going to come out, and it's not altogether surprising, I'm sure. Or at least I have to believe. This is a little bit of a discussion about what they want to do with Landon White, who has been hitting the ball extremely hard pretty much all season. Mentioned that White 472 in the regular season, and guess what? That average is on the rise. 16 for 32 in the playoffs. Couple of hits today. He's now 6 for 11 here at the championship. Curveball inside, and White hit by the pitch. And now Thomas will have a chance with runners at the corners and 2 down. And I think even with 2 down, I think that's a fairly neutral result if you're West Valley. I don't think they were really going to try and give White much of anything to hit in that at bat, even as good as Thomas has been. Got to take your chances. Good fastball at the knees, no balls, and the strike on Thomas. Reached on an error in the first, singled and scored in the third. Chopper to third. Sealkin on a big bounce will throw on the run. The tag put on by Spear does get Thomas, and the Vikings are out of the inning. Good play from Xander Sealkin on the move, able to nonetheless get Thomas and get the Vikings out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 left on base heading to the bottom of the 4th. Mount Sac leading it 3-2 at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Kyle Laxo leading things off, to be followed by Eric Altmark and Jordan Hall. 5, 6, 7 coming up for the Vikings. 1 ball and no strikes on Laxa. Retired on a fielder's choice his first time up. Fly ball, right center. Bradshaw moving over in front of the track. He's there. 1 down. That'll bring up Altmark. Grounded to second his first time up. So Bradshaw showing some range. Tracking this ball down. So Altmark will dig in. Base is empty. Menchaca starting to settle in. Warming to the task. He's retired 5 straight. Inside a ball to Altmark. And you see Menchaca sub-3 ERA all season long, and it really has been a 3-headed monster for this Mountie pitching staff. Saw Muniz, who was outstanding in the win against Sierra. Roped into center for a base hit. Altmark with a 1-out single. And Muniz had to be against Cam Staton, who stumbled slightly out of the gate, but then really settled in to an old-fashioned pitcher's duel on Saturday afternoon. Mounties finally outlasting Sierra 4-3 in 11 innings. And then saw Hudson Castillo, yesterday. And Castillo, solid. Going 4 2/3, allowing a couple of runs, but the Mounties maintaining the large lead throughout. And then Peralta comes on and is lights out in relief, going 4 1/3 to close out the 9-3 win. So haven't seen a lot of the Mountie pitchers, but what we've seen has been great. And now they turn it over to Menchaca here in Game 6. One 1-0 on Hall. He doubled his first time up, taking one up the left field line. Fastball on the inside corner, a ball and a strike. Hall did come around to score on the RBI single by Drew Dillahay. At the time, gave the Vikings the 2-1 lead. Now it's 3-2 in favor of Mount Sac. Throw over. Altmark. Short lead, back easily. Eric Altmark does have 13 steals on the season in 14 attempts. So perhaps some options for Bobby Hill. Not going here, fouled away. A ball and 2 strikes. Now on Jordan Hall. Came up with his first hit on the weekend. His first time up. Hall batted .267 on the season. 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in. So some pop in his bat. Another throw over. Well, I've seen a couple of long flyouts here in this one, but not seen one go out. Though generally, if you get one up into the air here, you can take it out. Still a light breeze coming in from left field. Here's the 1-2 to Hall. Trying to go the opposite way again. This one foul. And there is sophomore Jordan Hall. And Chaka checks the runner now coming home. Change. Froze Hall. Strike 3 called. 2 down. And Menchaca again pulling the string. And Hall just can't pull the trigger. So 2 down. And Hawthorne coming to the plate. Again, they want to keep Altmark close. in a one-run game. And we've already seen how that extra base can so easily become a huge factor. A couple of times already in this one, and we're only in the fourth inning. A wave and a miss. It looks like a slider to me from Menchaca. Don't always have the luxury of the full scouting report on the pitchers that we see, so a little bit of speculation, but that looks like he's working with a slider outside. 1-1 on Hawthorne, who flied to right his first time up. Allmark trying to lengthen that lead ever so slightly and immediately draws a throw from Menchaca. So the cat and mouse continues over at first base. 1-1 on Hawthorne. Big swing and a miss from Hawthorne. Well, not getting cheated up there. Mentioned Hawthorne, one of the bounce backs coming from Santa Clara University. There goes the runner. Throw down from Knockreiner. Got him! Knockreiner delivers another strike. Altmark thrown out for just the second time all year. And the Mounties out of the inning. Through 4. 3-2. Mount Sac on top. Championship Monday at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How did I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Stoll, Ortiz, and Knockreiner coming up for the Mounties here in the top of the 5th, leading it 3-2. Stoll comes to the plate, flied to center his first time up, had a successful sacrifice. And this inning, he will try to get things started for the Mounties, locked in a tight one. And for the Mounties, it hasn't exactly been a cakewalk through the tournament as it is. Again, we've mentioned a couple of times that fantastic first game against Sierra College and the Wolverines coming in the 5 seed out of the North, 2 seed here, but fresh off that impressive upset over Santa Rosa. They came here a very confident team and gave the Mounties all they wanted. In game 1 Saturday afternoon, Stoll flies to right for out number 1. That'll bring up Ortiz. Ortiz, so far, has struck the big blow. Last time up, a 2-run single to give the Mounties a 3-2 lead. He's 1 for 2 in the game. But the Mounties looked like they were going to jump on Sierra early, scoring 2 runs on 3 hits in the first inning against starter Cam Staten, taking that 2-0 lead. But the Wolverines put up a battle and eventually took it to extra innings in a tremendous starter for this weekend, 4-3. So you're not going to go 50 games without being in quite a few tight ball games, obviously. But the Mounties certainly battle-tested. And, of course, going back to the postseason, cued towards short. Laxa charging will go to first. 2 down, but all of these teams in the postseason have faced elimination, and the Mounties aren't exempt. back in the Super Regionals after a Game 3 loss to Chaffee. Had to come back in Game 4 at that Super Regional in an eliminator. And had to come back in that elimination game, winning at 9-8, scoring a couple of runs in the 8th inning to pull it out. So nobody arrives here at the championships having not faced a measure of mortality in the postseason. One ball and no strikes on Knockreiner. He's 0 for 2, flied out twice. There is Cole Knockreiner. Couple of hits at the plate, but we have been consistently impressed with Knockreiner behind the plate, fielding the position, but strong throws to second as well, and a big one the previous inning, getting Altmark to end the inning. Trying to steal second, and obviously the play from the catcher defensively can have a massive impact on games. We see that over and over again. 3-1. Lifted to right center. Rivera back at the track. It's off the wall. Knockreiner rolls into second with a 2-out double. Well, and again, Knockreiner going to one of the deeper parts of the park. This one was in right center. And he hits it off the wall on the fly. Just that close once again. Maybe just a touch too much air under this one. You watch here, and that's halfway up the wall. Knockreiner at second. And that'll give Jackson Giacone a chance to extend on the lead. He's 1 for 2. Lined into left field. Knockreiner around third. They're going to wave him in. Here comes the throw from Hall. It's cut off. The Mounties lead at 5-3. All after 2 out. Let me correct myself very quickly. The lead is 2, but it's 4-2. Got a little ahead of myself. Nonetheless, a 2-out rally for the Mounties and a little bit of breathing room. And now we'll get a mound visit and a pitching change. So that's going to be it for Bryce Berry. Battles through 4 2/3 and leaves with the Vikings down 4-2. He's responsible for Giacone at first. We'll come back and tell you about the new Viking pitcher at the 3C2A Baseball Championships from Mount San Antonio College. right-hander Sebastian Buller makes his 11th appearance on the season, a record of 1-0, an ERA of 3.77 in 14 1/3 innings. Allowed 9 hits, walked 13, struck out 7. So Terrell Jackson will be the batter. As looks like a wardrobe issue for Sebastian Bueller. And we'll get that sorted out. Mounties on top 4-2. And the hitting coming in timely spots. And chief among them, a base hit for Giacone. Looking back. This, the RBI single. Bringing in Knockreiner for the 4-2 lead. So Bueller ready. Jackson stands in. Bueller not quite ready. From the belt. First pitch outside for a ball. Well, obviously going off the numbers for Bueller. Certainly control would seem to be a concern with the 13 walks in 14 1/3. Makes his first appearance here in the championship tournament. There goes Giacone. The throw down, they'll never get him. So Giacone swipes second. The pitch was low for ball 2. So 2-0 on Jackson, who now has an opportunity to pick up another run if he can deliver a base hit here. Bueller making his 3rd appearance in the postseason. Ground ball to short. Laxa got to hurry. Going on the move to get Jackson to retire the side, but the Mounties do add a run on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. Halfway through Game 6 and a 4-2 lead for Mount San Antonio College.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Hawthorne Dillahay. At the top of the order, David Estrada coming up for the Vikings, who now trail it 4-2. Brendan Menchaca back on the mound. Gave up a couple of runs over the first couple innings, but now settled into a groove. Retired 6 of the last 7 that he's faced. And now he'll go to work on Hawthorne with a good fastball in for a strike. No balls and a strike. Hawthorne flied to right. His first time up. Chaka ready. Paints the outside corner quickly. No balls and 2 strikes. Hawthorne 2 for 10 at the plate on the weekend. Just gets a piece. And Menchaca kicks and delivers, and again goes off speed. And Menchaca fans Hawthorne to start the fifth. Fourth strikeout for Menchaca. And interestingly, all four of the strikeouts have come his second time through the order. So somewhat upsetting the natural wisdom that suggests that second and third time through the order swings the pendulum more toward advantage hitter. But it looks like Menchaca, after getting the time through this lineup, is settling in and starting to dominate. Outside a ball, 1-1 on Dillahay, who's 1 for 1. RBI single his first time up. Tried that slider once again. 2 balls and a strike. Swing and a miss. 2-2 for Menchaca. Working on Dillahay. He's going to shake off a couple. Has one he likes. Here's the 2-2. Back to the breaking ball once again, and this one chopped foul. And a good piece of hitting from Dillahay just to get a pace. So Dillahay will come back. Outfield just shaded slightly the opposite way for Dillahay. Now 1 for 7 in the tournament, but that one hit was big, giving the Vikings a brief lead. In the bottom of the second, blew the fastball by him. And that is some trip through the order the second time around. 5th strikeout for Menchaca, 2 down, base is empty, and it'll bring up David Estrada, who's 1 for 2. Doubled in the first. And that ball that takes a crazy hop by Ortiz. Fly to center, goes after the first pitch. Lined into left center. Jackson on the run, won't get there. Estrada digging hard. And into second with a double. Make it 2 doubles for David Estrada here in game 6. And Jackson on the dead run, but this one just did not hang up long enough.
Center fielder, number 26, Carmelo Rivera.
And credit Estrada. He's thinking too, right out of the box. So now Rivera comes to the plate. And a base hit here very likely pulls the Vikings closer. Fly ball. Right field. Chiacone to his right. He's there to retire the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left through 5. Mount Sac on top, 4-2 here at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
And a happy Memorial Day. Happy you've joined us for the 3C2A Baseball Championships. Produced by SoCalCollegeSports.com and brought to you by Bay Area Online Sports Network. And a picture-perfect afternoon here in Walnut, California. Temperatures slightly on the rise, getting up to 70 degrees. Just a light wind. Perfect day for some baseball with a lot on the line. A 3C2A championship for one of these teams. Bueller ready to go. First pitch in for a strike. Again, the Mounties just one win away. Now 4 innings away. Leading at 4-2. And the Vikings trying to extend things and force a one-game decider, which they would do with a win here. Inside for a ball, 1-1 on Noah Rodriguez, who is continuing his outstanding tournament. 1 for 1 with a walk, 2 trips, 1-1 pitch, reaches out and just pokes this one foul. 1-2. And Bueller will have a look, and you can see from that arm angle. Coming from that sidearm. Tough for a right-hander. Lifted to right, playable for Altmark. 1 down. Top of the order, Brian Bradshaw. He's 0 for 3. Slide out, popped out, and grounded out. Bradshaw came into the tournament hitting 400 in the postseason. They've been relatively quiet. At the plate 2 for 11, but has continued to get on base. As we've talked about with 3 walks, which is what you look for at the top of the order. Mentioned that the first time these two teams met yesterday, it was the top of the order that did so much of the damage. On base 10 times in 15 plate appearances and ultimately accounted for 5 of the runs. 1-2 on Bradshaw. And the Vikings have continued to struggle with Landon White, who's been on base all 3 times, but done pretty well with Brian Bradshaw, who's 0 for 3. Here's the 1-2. Inside, got a piece of him. And once again, Bradshaw finds a way to get on. Well, just that quickly, the situation can become decidedly precarious for the Vikings, who are down 4-2 in a game they have to have. And just with 1 pitch, now all of a sudden, you have the speedy Bradshaw on at first, the dangerous Landon White coming to the plate. You're already down a couple of runs. Bueller ready. Here's the pitch, check swing, back to the screen. Landon White up to 6 hits on the weekend, including a home run. Driven deep to right. Altmark in front of the track. 2 down. As Bradshaw will retreat to first.
Third baseman, number 19.
White hit it hard, but it hangs up just enough for Altmark to get there. 2 down. Thomas at the plate. He's 1 for 3. Singled and scored back in the 3rd. Bradshaw away from first. Fastball high to Thomas. Bradshaw does have 13 stolen bases on the season. Breaking ball misses upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes to Thomas. And Thomas certainly has all kinds of extra base power, but Bradshaw could get to second. And it would be a boon for the Mounties, certainly. Give them a lot of options, a lot of ways to add an insurance run here in the top of the 6th. 3-0 now on Thomas. Well inside. Well, Bradshaw going to make it to second on the walk by Thomas. And now it's Tyler Stoll that will have an opportunity. 0 for 2 with a successful sacrifice in 3 trips. Stoll just 2 for 11 on the weekend, but does have a couple of runs batted in. Looking for more here. Buehler with a quick check, well inside again with the breaking ball. 1-0 on Stoll. Bradshaw with good speed, away from second. Thomas away from first, swing and a miss. Well, so far Buehler's done a good job mixing up the breaking balls and the fastball that time. After showing Stoll the breaking ball, able to throw the fastball by him. Fly ball, left field, on the run, Hall, back, and it's Rivera moving over that will take it in left center. Mounties threatened, but come up empty. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 left on base, heading to the bottom of the 6th. Mount Sac with the 4-2 lead at the 3C2A Baseball Championships. Championship Monday.
I'm in my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, it's want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Heart of the order coming up for the Vikings here in the bottom of the 6th. Coming to you from Walnut, California at the 3C2A Baseball Championships. Mount San Antonio College. Sealkin, Spear, Laxa, 3-4-5 coming up. And Brendan Menchaca back on the bump, ready to go. Mounties with the 4-2 lead. Breaking ball just outside for a ball to Sealkin, who's 1 for 2. Singled and flied out in 2 trips. 1 run batted in. That came on the RBI single back in the 1st. Ground ball right side, ranging to his left. Stoll, and the stretch from Ortiz to get Sealkin. Well, there's a ball that could have been trouble, but Tyler Stoll flashes the range. And Ortiz flashes the stretching he's been doing. So the strong glove work. And it's 1 down in the bottom of the 6th. And here's Spear. He's 0 for 2, popped out and struck out. And Shaka starts him with a good fastball at the knees. Spear once again up with the bases empty, and that's been key. Chaka bounces that one in, a ball and a strike. One and one. Sky high, deep to left. Jackson back on the track and moving over. It's Bradshaw, who ends up taking it just in front of the wall. Well, it's hard to know if Jackson was maybe battling the sun, which can be an issue in left field. We've seen that this weekend. And watch as Spear just misses this one. Gets it well up in the air. This is a towering shot. But you see Jackson moving over and Bradshaw taking control. Ultimately makes the catch just in front of the wall. 2 down. Brings up Laxa. 1 ball and no strikes. Laxa 0 for 2. Got it into a fielder's choice and flied out. Big game at the plate in the eliminator last night against Cyprus with 3 hits in that 16-4 win. And hey, you can't say enough. Line drive, base hit, back up the middle for Laxa. Can't say enough about this Viking team that after the disappointing loss in Game 4 against the Mounties yesterday afternoon, got to go right back to it. They fell behind 3-0 to a very good Cyprus team. 39 wins on the season, but they roared back to win it 16-4. And this team that is back in the championship tournament for the 2nd consecutive year, and this year have made it all the way to day 3 and a shot at the championship. And they have shown to be talented and resilient. But some work to do here. Down 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th. And a must-have to stay alive here in 2025. Ball on the inside corner, strike 1 to Eric Altmark. 1 for 2. Altmark, who started this season playing part-time, but has just played so well that he has made that right field position his own. Down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Altmark 5 for 15 in the tournament. And has just quietly gone about his work delivering for this team as he's done all year. Squirts away from Knockreiner, but the runner not going. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kyle Laxa, 14 stolen bases on the season, but last night Laxa appeared to be laboring with a lower leg issue as well, late. And it's hard to know to what degree that lingers today. Off speed, swung on and missed. And Altmark down on strikes to end the 6th, with the Mounties on top 4-2 at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
getting set to lead off for the Mounties here in the top of the seventh. A 4-2 lead for Mt. Sac, closing in on a 3C 2A championship, but still a long way to go. It's just a 2-run lead. Meanwhile, Ortiz 1 for 3 at the plate, and right now holds what would be the old school game-winning RBI with the 2-run single that gave them the lead coming back in the third inning. 1 ball, no strikes on Ortiz. Working on an outstanding tournament. Just outside, 2-0. And the pressure amps up on young Sebastian Buehler on the mound with the job of keeping the Mounties as close as possible in the way that Menchaca has been throwing the ball as this game has gone on, the way that the Mounties have performed out of the bullpen, ripped down the right field line and just foul. Nearly extra bases for Ortiz, but the way the Mounties have been pitching, 2 runs already seems like a fairly steep hill, but certainly Buehler cannot allow the Mounties to get away even further. Here's the 2-1. Just outside again. And Alan Walker not going to give Buehler that outside corner. 3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch, just low, and Ortiz, for all of the success swinging the bat, that is just his second walk on the weekend. But 5 hits, 5 runs batted in for Ortiz. Inside for a ball to Knockreiner, who's hit the ball hard, 1 for 3. Couple of deep fly outs and a double. Ortiz, a short lead at first. Swing and a miss for Knockreiner. Buehler took a little something off. 1-1. Giacone waiting on deck. At the knees, 1 and 2 on Knockreiner. He's 3 for 11 in the tournament, with a couple of walks. Back to the screen for Knockreiner. Still 1 and 2. Knockreiner, something of a struggle in the postseason. Now 8 for 38 at the plate in the postseason, but primary catcher for this team, and this is game 51. And it's hard to imagine that you don't wear down a little bit. Nonetheless, talked about the job he has done defensively as well. How critical that's been. In on the hands, down the left field line. Just foul for Knockreiner. Well, that had to miss by under a foot. Not how good of a view we'll have of this one, but this is incredibly close. But you cannot have a better look at it. Yeah, and there you can see Nick Spencer, the left field line umpire, with a great view of it, and it was just foul. Talk about a game of inches. Here's the 2-2. Back to the screen again. 2-2 pitch inside. Good battle, Buehler and Knockreiner. And Knockreiner has extended this at bat. About to see pitch number 8. Busted inside again. And popped up over at first. And Ortiz. Well, now this one's dropped, but there's going to be a call here. This is going to be an infield fly roll. And boy, a lot going on in that play as this one was popped up. But Laxa and Estrada doing a good job up the middle, bluffing that ball was hit on the ground, and they had Ortiz absolutely convinced.
Right fielder number 9, Jackson Giacomo.
And Ortiz was trying to locate the ball, even threw his arms up. What's going on right now? And don't know if they would have had him, but either way, the infield fly roll on the drop over by Colin Spear. This could be 2. Flip to second for 1. The relay in time. 4-6-3 to retire the side. Moving to the bottom of the 7th. 4-2. Mounties on top at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Moving to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Menchaca been outstanding through 6 innings, has the 4-2 lead, but the longest outing of the season for Brendan Menchaca is 6 1/3 innings, and he's done that once. Ground ball to second, 1 pitch, 1 out as Stull goes to first to retire Jordan Hall. So now Menchaca has equaled his longest outing of the season at 6 1/3, but has the 4-2 lead, and certainly he's well rested. With the time off before the championship, in fact, he last went 6 1/3 all the way back on May 8th. That was in a win over Cuesta, and since then, just 1/3 of an inning later on in that super regional, but he didn't appear in the series win against Glendale in round 3 as the Mounties wrapped up that series in 2 games. So it's been a long rest for Menchaca, and certainly appears to be in command of his stuff as he works here in the 7th. But nonetheless, can imagine that John Knott, his coaching staff, keep an eye on Menchaca in just a 2-run game as he pitches here in the bottom of the 7th. Scattered 7 hits through 6 1/3. Just outside as Knockreiner tries to frame it up. 3 balls and a strike on Isaac Hawthorne. 0 for 2 at the plate, flied out and struck out. Vikings looking for a base runner. Popped up right side. Ortiz will give a look, but it's out of play. Drew Dillahay hitting on deck, and then it's the top of the order, David Estrada, who's got a couple of hits. 3-2 to the fastball. Hawthorne down on strikes. And Menchaca just getting better and better as this game wears on.
Catcher number 10, Drew Dillahay.
Drew Dillahay, the batter. He's 1 for 2. Breaking ball, a wave and a miss. Again, Menchaca. The command has just gotten better as this game has gone on. Locating that breaking ball on the outside corner, mixing in fastball on the change, and has the Vikings decidedly off balance, and counterintuitively seems to do it as this game is going on. It's not the Vikings starting to dial in on Menchaca. It seems to be the other way around. Here's the 0-2. Tried the outside corner and missed. And the Vikings looking for a base runner that would at least bring the potential tying run to the plate as they bat here in the bottom of the 7th. Chopper to short. Big hop for Rodriguez. Over to first to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down in the 7th through 7 complete. The Mounties 6 outs away, leading at 4-2 at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Terrell Jackson, Noah Rodriguez, and Brian Bradshaw. All the Mounties in the top of the 8th, and as good as Brendan Menchaca has been, you've got to believe that the Mounties would love a little breathing room, leading at just 4-2 as they come to bat in the top of the 8th. Needless to say, anything can happen in a 2-run game. And so Jackson will get set to lead things off. Sebastian Buehler, who came on back in the 5th inning to replace Bryce Berry, continues on the mound for the Vikings. And after some back and forth scoring early on, this one fitting in with the overall theme for the weekend and settling into more of a pitcher's duel. Certainly the one explosion of runs that we did see in our nightcap last night came as the Vikings broke it open, but they did so with the help of a couple of fielding miscues as well to extend the inning, and then the Vikings took it from there. But overall, the pitching has been outstanding top to bottom here for all 4 teams this weekend, and continuing here into day 3. A ball and a strike on Jackson, who's 0 for 3. Lifted to center. Rivera on the move, will track it down. Jackson retired. It'll bring up Rodriguez. 1 for 2 with a walk. Rodriguez has functioned as another leadoff hitter this Mountie lineup this weekend, as he has all season. 4 for 8 at the plate out of that 9 spot. First pitch from Buehler. Again to center. And Rivera right there. So a quick 8th inning for Buehler, who's rolling. He's retired 4 in a row. And in fact, since Buehler has come on, hasn't given up a hit. Couple of walks and a hit batsman. But Buehler, right now, through 3 innings, has delivered scoreless relief without allowing a hit. And he's in front of Bradshaw, no balls and a strike. And we talked about how good the Mounties bullpen has been. Silversmith and Peralta coming out of the pen in the first 2 games. But West Valley has gotten some outstanding work out of their bullpen as well. Chief among them, Kyle Skritsky. In the game last night, called strike 3. Bradshaw down on strikes. Buehler matching Menchaca. And we head to the bottom of the 8th with the Mounties up 4-2, the 3C2A Baseball Championship. Top of the order coming up for the Vikings in the bottom of the 8th. David Estrada to be followed by Carmelo Rivera. Xander Sealkin as Brendan Menchaca continues on the mound for the Mounties. Looking more and more as if he will potentially close this one out himself, but there's still ways to go for that. As Estrada stands in, goes after the breaking ball, chopper to first, just foul. And a break for Estrada, who will get to continue as Ortiz would have had no trouble getting to the bag. Retire Estrada, so let's see if David Estrada can take advantage. He goes on, no balls and a strike. There is Brendan Menchaca, already with his longest outing of the season. Slow chopper on the charge, still got to hurry, didn't get there. Well, we're going to have a great view of this. And we will have the advantage of replay. But Estrada getting down the line. Let's watch here. Let's see what. And it looks like it's a little tough to tell. There's going to be a great angle here. Boy, that is awfully close. You see Dwayne Finley right there. That is incredibly close. Fantastic job, guys. Emery Johnson, our director today. Fantastic team here at SoCalCollegeSports.com. Hoping to bring this to you here on the Bay Area Online Sports Network. And I'm trying to avoid the almost ridiculous cliche of the tie goes to the runner, but it is very close. See Estrada and Finley. He's well positioned and makes the call. But that was bang bang to say the least. Well, it's not on the order of Don Denkinshire, that's for sure, but it was a close call, and we'll see. And after they conference up, We're going to stay with the call. Estrada at first, and now we'll see if West Valley can make the most of it and take advantage. And now there's some jawing going on here. And they're hot in the Mountie dugout, and someone might have just been ejected here. So they quickly came out and addressed this. Something was said over at second base. It's Brian Klein, it's the second base umpire. Meanwhile, Mountie's taking advantage to conference up on the mound. John not out to talk, but yeah, there was definitely some language being hurled in the direction of Dwayne Finley. And I'm not suggesting on what the actual language was, but there was a strong reaction from that Mount San Antonio College dugout that got the attention of this umpiring crew. So getting set to get back to baseball, and now for Brendan Menchaca, he's got to go back to work. He's got Estrada at first. Potential tying run at the plate with Rivera standing in. And Estrada at first. Ironically, despite the on-base percentage north of 500, Estrada not a prolific base stealer, 6 on the season. Still going to draw a throw from Menchaca. But that's a big call that goes the way of the Vikings, and now the Vikings will seek to take advantage. Queued up the third base line. Menchaca over to get it. The throw not in time. Infield hit for Rivera. Well, we saw Rivera get down an outstanding bunt, and there he gets down an outstanding swinging bunt. Just up the third base line, and Menchaca gets there quickly. And Rivera able to beat the throw. And here come the Vikings. Here in the bottom of the 8th. Backs against the wall in a game they have to prolong this season. They have 2 on, and Sealkin coming to the plate. And the lengthy shadow of Colin Spear. And the 16 home runs on the season in the on-deck circle. So Menchaca in the practical definition of a jam. 2 on and nobody out. 1 ball and no strikes on Sealkin, who's 1 for 3. And of course, we can talk about Spear and the danger that he brings, but Sealkin just under 400 on the season. Menchaca certainly has to focus on the task at hand. Here's the 1-0. Sealkin squares to bunt. Breaking ball. Foul tip. A ball and a strike. No, they're going to say, okay, they're going to say he didn't offer at that. So 2 balls and no strikes. Oh, look at this one up front. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no question. 2-0 on Sealkin. Squares to bunt. Outside for a ball. And they're going to wave it off. Okay, before the pitch, this is going to be a balk on Menchaca. And there's going to be some more chatter over in that Mount San Antonio College dugout. They're already hot, and now going to have a discussion. Let's watch once again. We're talking up here in the press box. And what are they saying? Did he not come to a stop? Okay, so yeah, the call is that Menchaca didn't come to a stop. Yeah, pretty good look at the replay. But it comes in before the pitch, so now it's runners at second and third. And the potential tying run in scoring position. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. And Menchaca will continue. Good fastball for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. On the ground, up the middle, it's through for a base hit. This will score 1. They're going to wave in the runner. Rivera coming home. He'll score. All tied at 4. Well, a bang-bang play at first. Another infield hit. A little help from a balk. And the Vikings have taken full advantage. And now it's the Mounties who are reeling here in the bottom of the 8th. Sealkin at first. Still nobody out. And a brand new ball game tied at 4. Pitching change coming for Mount Sac. Here at the 3C2A Baseball Championships on the Bay Area Online Sports Network. Right-hander Sam Silversmith on to replace Brendan Menchaca, who departs with the game tied at 4. The Vikings have come back to put 2 on the board here in the bottom of the 8th to even things up. And for Silversmith, came into the weekend a record of 2-1, an ERA of 2.7 in 40 innings of work. This is his second appearance in the tournament. Went 3 innings, did surrender a run in the 4-3 win against Sierra back on Saturday afternoon. He'll come in here to face Spear. With Sealkin at first, still nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. So Silversmith has been the first out of the pen for much of the postseason. Now up to 10 2/3 innings in the postseason. But that stint against Sierra did end up getting the win, coming on in relief of Isaiah Muniz. 1-1 on Spear. Coming in to face the big bat in the Viking lineup. At the bottom of the 8th, Spear had a cut. 1 and 2. Quiet day at the plate for Colin Spear, 0 for 3. Popped out, struck out, and flied out. Now 3 for 12 on the weekend at the plate. Breaking ball, and Spear lays off. Well, it's a tough way to finish for Brendan Menchaca, who pitched a beauty, but departs In a 4-all tie, Spear going after the breaking ball is down on strikes. So Silversmith comes on, fans Colin Spear, still just the first out, and it'll bring up Kyle Laxa. Meanwhile, West Valley pushed a single run across in the 8th to beat Cypress on Saturday night. It was 4-all against Cypress last night to stay alive before they broke it open late with a huge 7th inning. But that was another tight one. And here again, showing some resilience in the late innings. Curve of beauty for Silversmith. Up on Laxa, no balls and 2 strikes. The outfield swung around the opposite way for Kai Laxa, who's 1 for 3. 0 for a ball. 1 and 2 for Sam Silversmith in a big spot. The heroes abound in this one. Low. It's going to get away from Laxa. On the play, the ball gets away from Knockreiner, and so Laxa down on strikes, but the wild pitch does allow Seelken to move to second. And that is potentially extremely significant. With Altmark coming to the plate and 2 down, the potential go-ahead run is now in scoring position, as Altmark will be the batter. He's 1 for 3. Silversmith with a long look. 0 for a ball. Jordan Hall would be next. Altmark can keep it alive, but right now, with Seelken at second, if Altmark can deliver a base hit to the outfield, Vikings might very well carry the lead into the 9th. Line drive down the left field line. Jackson not going to get there. This is going to get all the way to the wall. The Vikings are going to grab the lead on a 2-out RBI double from Altmark. What a job from the Vikings. 4 hits here in the 8th inning. They come from 4-2 down to grab a 5-4 lead. And now Jordan Hall will be the batter. And again, a potential insurance run now in scoring position after the double by Altmark. And he's got great speed, so no question here. If Hall can deliver, the Vikings might pick up a big potential insurance run. No balls and a strike. All 1 for 3. Double back in the 2nd. Taking a long look at Altmark. Swing and a miss at the breaking ball from Silversmith. And now Silversmith way out in front, no balls and 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the 9th. For the Mounties, it'll be Landon White, Ty Thomas, and Tyler Stull. So the heart of the order coming up for the Mounties, but now they're going to need to put something on the board to prevent what would be a 1-game decider for the 3C2A championship here in 2025. 0-2, just low for a ball. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say there's controversy here in the 8th inning, but there are a couple of notable close calls. It certainly shaped the action. You go all the way back to that bang play at first to get things started. And Estrada with the infield hit. Incredibly close. He's safe at first. Rivera continues the inning. Swung on and missed. Ball down on strikes. And then, of course, the balk, moving the runners into scoring position. And the Vikings take full advantage. 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors. 1 left on base. We head to the 9th. West Valley out in front, 5-4. It's the 3C2A Baseball Championships, Championship Monday.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
And now Sebastian Bueller will try to close it out for the Vikings. And he will work to Landon White to get things going in the top of the 9th. Landon White, 2 for 3. Been hit by a pitch. Another big day at the plate. And Bueller, who came on in the 5th, gonna try to close this one out. Just misses inside. To White. And this is just a massive batter. I have the decided feeling that the winner of this matchup might just decide whether or not we're going right to a potential Game 7, or are we going to play on? I have the feeling that the Mounties need Landon White to deliver a hit here. And you have the similar feeling that Bueller really needs to get Landon White here. And he is down in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. Let's see if he's got a green light on 3-0. Not many would, but he might. He was taken there for a strike. And as dangerous as Landon White is, I think if you're Sebastian Bueller, you can't walk him. On the inside corner. That is a gutsy pitch. Going to the breaking ball. 3 balls and a strike. And Landon White looking for some time. On a full count. Got something in his eye. Who could be surprised? Sebastian Bueller still has not surrendered a hit since coming on back in the 5th. And not really in keeping with the numbers. Remember, just 9 hits and 14 1/3. Driven deep to left, back to the wall, looking up, and the leap by Rivera. Still no call. It's gone! Landon White on a 3-2 pitch. It was hard to tell out there if Rivera got to that ball. A sensational effort. And in fact, it looked to me like Brian Klein had to get out there and take a closer look. We'll take a look. We'll take a couple of looks at this. But let's watch here as White drills this one. Hanging breaking ball, and watch Rivera giving chase in left center. And he is going to go all the way up there and just off the top of the wall. What an effort from Carmelo Rivera. And Landon White with his 2nd home run of the tournament. And just a potentially historic shot for a Mountie team looking for their first championship in 60 years. Last one coming in baseball back in 1965. Trying to close it out. And White, who's been huge all year, comes to the plate after that rough 8th inning with his team needing a lift. And promptly just delivers with a bomb just north of that 400-foot sign. Swung on and missed for Thomas. You know, Buehler tried the breaking ball one more time, but that one out over the plate. And you cannot miss to Landon White. Thomas down on strikes. That'll bring up Tyler Stoll. Once again tied at 5. Let's watch here as the slider from Buehler, and Thomas a wave and a miss. Stoll goes after the first pitch, back to the screen, no balls and a strike. Well, why not extras? We're in the top of the 9th, but tied at 5. And again, that's a big shot for Landon White, not just tying up the game, but again, fly ball, center field, back near the track, but with room, it's Rivera. 2 down.
First baseman number 5, Diego Ortiz.
That'll bring up Ortiz. But again, you have to imagine that this is at least slight advantage. Mount Sac used fewer pitchers here today and on the weekend. I think that John Knott might have a few more options, though again, it is a huge pitching staff for Bobby Hill over in that West Valley dugout. 1-0 on Ortiz. Base hit to left. Another hit for Ortiz, 2 hits on the day. And that'll bring up Knockreiner, and Knockreiner's hit the ball hard today. And he does have the power to take it out of here. If not, at least potentially find a gapper. Knockreiner on the season with just 2 home runs. But overall, 13 extra base hits. They'll hold Ortiz on at first. And Knockreiner will stand in. High drama at the 3C2A Baseball Championships. Breaking ball low for a ball. Well, again, Ortiz on base for the 3rd time today, but not a big threat to be on the move. Good cut for Knockreiner, but fouled out of play. A ball and a strike. How about Landon White? Now up to 6 home runs on the season. Just gets it out. Inside for a ball, 2 balls and a strike. And we've seen some notable 2-out rallies throughout this weekend. And he's looking to make it 1 more. Ortiz with the 2-out single, and now Knockreiner ahead in the count. Buehler ready. Ortiz a bluff towards second. Slider just low, 3 balls and a strike. Well, it's a lengthy outing for Buehler as well. Ashton Buehler started this inning with 58 pitches. Steps off, and there comes the call. So the balk on Buehler. And let's see if the Mounties can take advantage, as the Vikings did, of the balk called on Silversmith. Excuse me, on Menchaca. 3-1 on Knockreiner. Low for a ball. So hard to know exactly how things would have happened, but obviously that renders the balk largely a moot point, as Ortiz would have moved to second anyway. And we'll have a conference on the mound for West Valley, and wanted to look very quickly to see just how long Bueller's longest outing was, but it won't particularly matter, as Bueller going to be taken out at this point anyway, so we'll come back, tell you about the new pitcher for the Vikings. A dramatic Game 6 from Mount San Antonio College. The Mounties and the Vikings tied at 5 at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
New pitcher Jordan Jackson on to replace Sebastian Bueller, and in a day of so many different heroes in a 5-all tie in the ninth. How about Sebastian Bueller? His longest outing of the season goes 4 innings, and the only run he surrenders, the home run to Landon White. One mistake to arguably the best hitter in the 3C2A. And Bueller leaves with the Vikings and the Mounties tied at 5. But at least one more hero to be found here in Game 6. Who will it be? As we're tied at 5, and now Jackson comes on. His first offering low, 1 ball, no strikes, as he'll work to Jackson Giacone. Jordan Jackson making his 10th appearance. No record in ERA of 6.52. And how do you like the moment? Come on for Jackson for his first appearance here in the tournament, trying to keep the Mounties right here at 5 runs, tied at 5, and give the Vikings an opportunity to come to the plate in the bottom of the ninth. Fouled away, 2 balls and a strike on Jackson Giacone. Giacone, a couple of hits today. He's 2 for 4. Diego Ortiz away from second. 2-1 pitch, low from Jackson. 3 balls and the strike. Terrell Jackson would be next if Giacone can keep things going, and be interested here. A couple of hits for Jackson Giacone today, but with the struggles that Jackson might be having right now trying to find the strike zone. Does he have the green light? Takes this one away for a walk. Again, all after 2 were out. A single from Ortiz, and now walks to Knockreiner and Giacone to load him up. And now the pressure amps up on Jordan Jackson. Just out of the pen as he will work to Terrell Jackson. And he's got no place to put Jackson. Jackson has been hit by a pitch 3 times in the tournament already, and does also have a walk. So he has had a knack of getting himself on base without necessarily needing to deliver a base hit. And you better believe he'd take that result now. 1 ball and no strikes. Now Kai Laxa, one of the sophomore leaders on this team, in to quickly talk to Jordan Jackson. And for Jackson, well, you get nervous just watching with the bases loaded. Working to Terrell Jackson. Good fastball. And for a strike. So whatever Kai Laxa said seemed to help. Ball and a strike. Jackson from the stretch. Low for a ball. And of course, so much pressure on everybody. You think about Drew Dillahay behind the plate handling that low pitch. So often, the ball gets away, gets back to the screen. Two, 1, chopped foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Terrell Jackson. 0 for 4 on the day, but none of that will matter if he can make something happen here. And again, now Terrell Jackson wants time. And they're giving him a pretty wide berth. Alan Walker going to let Jackson have a pretty lengthy conversation. Meanwhile, Jordan Jackson, with all that pressure, takes a little stroll. Now he's up on the rubber and ready to go. Here's the 2-2. In the dirt, and a sensational block from Dillahay. A potential season saver. As that one missed by quite a bit, and Dillahay with the clean pick. He didn't even really have his body over there if he doesn't come up with that ball cleanly. Counties might be able to grab the lead without swinging the bat. Full count. Here's the payoff pitch. Popped up on the infield. Jackson there. He's got it to retire the side. What a pitch from Jordan Jackson. Busts it inside. Saws off Terrell Jackson. And the Vikings out of the jam. But the Mounties do tie it on the Landon White bomb. Heading to the bottom of the 9th. Tied at 5 at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, it's want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
And for Sam Silversmith, it's like Saturday afternoon all over again. Coming out of the bullpen on Saturday, did surrender a run to the Wolverines that tied that game at 3 before he stayed in the game and eventually picked up the win 4-3 in 11 innings. And here again comes on, does surrender a run that was ultimately charged to Brendan Menchaca, but temporarily gave away the lead, but the Mounties get it back, and Silversmith will continue on the mound and would no doubt love to finish off the reliving of Saturday. See if he can hold the Vikings and once again be on the mound to get the win for the Mounties. Low for a ball. 2 balls, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Isaac Hawthorne at the plate to be followed by Drew Dillahay, and then David Estrada. Top of the order for the Vikings. Just outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And as the pressure amps up, we've already seen the Mountie dugout getting vociferous, but now the sizable crowd that has come out for this one with fans on both sides starting to get into it as well. Chopper to third. Thomas, the long throw. Hawthorne retired, 1 down. It'll bring up Drew Dillahay.
Number 10, Drew Dillahay.
Dillahay 1 for 3. Silversmith ended up going 3 innings after taking over for Muniz on Saturday. But over 40 innings in relief on the season for Sam Silversmith, so you would expect that John Knott is going to stay with Silversmith for some time, barring him getting into kind of trouble where he's got to come and get him. Swung on and missed, but Silversmith should have a pretty slow hook. This has been one of the guys they've counted on coming out of the bullpen all season long. No balls, 2 strikes. Yes, Sam Silversmith has the one he likes. Dillahay offers, down on strikes. Quickly 2 down. Silversmith surrendered just the 1 hit since coming on. That the RBI double from Eric Altmark, but similar to Buehler other than the 1 mistake. Silversmith has been terrific. Estrada the batter. 2 down, bases empty. Just low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes on Estrada. 3 hits for Estrada on the day. He's 3 for 4 with a couple of runs scored. So having a decidedly better time of it in his 2nd game against this Mountie pitching staff. Went 0 for 4 yesterday in the 9-3 loss back in Game 4. But you're not going to keep on getting David Estrada out. A ball and 2 strikes. Silversmith working from the stretch, the 1-2, tails outside for a ball. The outfield playing Estrada to pull. Bradshaw over toward right center. Chopper, Ortiz can't come up with it. 4th hit for David Estrada. And the 9th inning continues as Carmelo Rivera will come to the plate.
Number 26, Carmelo Rivera.
And Rivera on the season with 3 home runs, but also 11 doubles, 2 triples, so he's got power to take it to the wall, and that would be enough to do it with Estrada at first and 2 down. So still considerable danger here for Sam Silversmith. Starts Rivera with a curveball for a strike. Rivera 1 for 3 with a successful sacrifice. Estrada a short lead from first. Held on by Ortiz. That one gets away from Knockreiner. Estrada going to easily take second. And now the winning run at second with 2 down. And for Rivera, now a base hit could easily do it. The 1-1 to Rivera. Curve again, high for a ball. 2 balls and a strike. And Silversmith with 4 strikeouts. And 1 2/3 that he's gone. Still having some difficulty locating that breaking ball. Tries the fastball and missed. 3 balls and a strike. And well, these are close, but Alan Walker certainly not offering the large strike zone, I think it's safe to say. But those calls not going to Silversmith. Tried the curveball. That's in for a strike. Full count on Rivera, and now Estrada will get a little extra jump on contact. Low for a ball. And again, after 2 are out, the rally starts.
Third baseman, number 25, Xander Seelken.
And that will give Seelken an opportunity to force a 1-game decider. 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. Looking for 1 more. Silversmith ready, swung on and missed. It looks to me like Silversmith operates with a couple of solid pitches, good fastball, good curveball. Mixing up the 2 primarily. Had a good curveball. For strike 1. Back to the curve. Fly ball to right, Giacone has it to retire the side. Vikings threaten, but nothing across. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 left on base. We're heading to extras in Game 6 at the 3C28 Baseball Championships, tied at 5.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Right-hander Brandon Ashley, the 4th pitcher of the afternoon for the Vikings, takes over his first appearance here at the championship tournament, his 10th overall, a record of 2-0, an ERA of 7.63. Ashley in 15 in the third innings. Surrendered 16 hits, walked 10, struck out 14. So Jordan Jackson comes on for his first appearance in the tournament in a huge spot and does the job after walking Giacone. Gets Jackson on the pop out, and now Brandon Ashley will come on for his first appearance here at the championship. And it's just extra innings in Game 6. Rodriguez will lead things off. He's 1 for 3 with a walk, and then it'll be the top of the order. Brian Bradshaw and then Landon White. Mounties, despite playing at home, of course, for those who've been watching the whole time, are the visiting team here for Game 6. They will become the home team if a Game 7 is necessary. But they're at the plate here at home, but this is the top of the inning. 1 ball and no strikes. Ashley ready, tries the fastball. Now down on the count, 2 balls and no strikes. And for Ashley, this is his first appearance since all the way back on April 17th, when he went 1 1/3 against Hartnell, allowing 3 runs. So his number called here in extra innings with the Vikings trying to stay alive and force a Game 7. Outside, 3 balls and a strike. And just as Jackson came in with a couple on in a really tough spot, Ashley comes on not only for his first outing in over a month, but facing Rodriguez, Bradshaw, and White. An incredibly tough stretch of the lineup. Missed it low. Rodriguez with a leadoff walk. And now Bradshaw comes to the plate. It's been a long day at the plate for Brian Bradshaw. 0 for 4. He was hit by a pitch. But a chance here for Bradshaw, who hit .425 during the regular season. Make something happen. He's got Rodriguez at first. Still nobody out. Going to square to bunt. Down the first base line, it's foul. Well, going back to the Sierra game, it was Bradshaw at the plate with runners at first and second. And he was able to put one down on the third base line. An outstanding bunt, a wild throw, and Terrell Jackson came around to score the game winner. So Bradshaw once again in a bunting situation, hoping to make something happen. Outside corner, no balls and 2 strikes on Bradshaw. Might not be able to win it here, but Bradshaw was looking to bunt. Now he's still going to stay with it, at least at first. Now pulls it back. Line just foul. Bradshaw with a big postseason, hitting .400 in the playoffs. He's cooled off here at the championship. Just a couple of hits. Here's the 0-2. Outside for a ball. Bradshaw's been almost impossible to strike out during the season. Exceptional eye. They'll appeal down, didn't go. Toby Wilson down at third base. Gives the safe sign, 2-2 on Bradshaw. Bradshaw's on-base percentage during the regular season, an otherworldly .548. There goes Rodriguez. The hit and run on, it's fouled off. And Rodriguez with 10 stolen bases on the season, and you got Bradshaw's ability to put bat on ball with the speed of Rodriguez. Got to expect that that was going to be a possibility, but Bradshaw fouled it off. Rodriguez back to first. Ashley from the stretch. Here's the 2-2. On the ground to second. Sliding stop by Estrada, who'll go to first for one. Laxa's relay not in time. But Estrada able to get to that ball, not only keep it on the infield, but get the lead runner. One down, now Bradshaw at first, and Landon White coming to the plate. So David Estrada shows some range at second base, as Bradshaw was looking for that hole on the right side. Breaking ball inside to Landon White. 3 for 4, including the big home run in the top of the 9th to tie it up once again. Breaking ball outside, and well, I'm sure Ashley had a look. So he is working predictably carefully to Landon White, but even a walk here will move Bradshaw into scoring position, so it's an incredibly tough spot for Brandon Ashley. Bradshaw with a good lead from first. Breaking ball again, misses outside, and I think Landon White at this point determined not to go after a bad pitch, but we'll see. As I'm hearing up here in the press box, and I agree, if anybody in the state's got the green light 3-0, he's going to take the breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike. And, you know, it's interesting. I think it might be a careful what you wish for here. Now it's 3-1, and now White perhaps can look for a ball in a certain zone that he can drive. That's how dangerous he is. A walk might be considered something of a win. There goes Bradshaw, and the pitch is high. White's been on base 5 of 6 times. And it'll bring up Ty Thomas, 1 for 4 with a walk. Well, Ty Thomas had a couple of doubles, a couple of runs batted in the victory over West Valley yesterday. Been relatively quiet at the plate today. Comes to bat with runners on base again. Goes after the first pitch. Lazy fly ball. Playable for Rivera. He's got it. Bradshaw with a bluff toward third, but not going to go. And now it's Tyler Stoll who will come to the plate. 2 on, 2 out. Stoll 0 for 4. Flied out all 4 times. And for the Mounties, 0 for a ground ball back up the middle. Off the bat of Tyler Stoll. Swung on and missed. Good breaking ball from Ashley. Ashley trying to become the next in a line of heroic performances on the mound for the Vikings here in Game 6. Chopper foul. Stolen a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Stoll, the redshirt freshman, batted .379 in the regular season. Plenty of pop in his bat. Again, had a big postseason. 11 for 29. 11 runs batted in. Outside for a ball. The 1-2. Cold strike 3. Froze him with the breaking ball. And Ashley coming on. Blanks the Mounties in the top of the 10th. No runs, no hits. No errors, 2 left on base, heading to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 5, the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I'm in my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icon.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Spear, Laxa, and Altmark coming up 4, 5, and 6 for the Vikings. On the bottom of the 10th, tied at 5. Silversmith moving on to his 3rd inning of work. Come on in relief, Brendan Menchaca. Colin Spear 0 for 4. At the plate on the day, first pitch swung on, lined into center, a base hit for Spear. That'll bring up Kyle Laxa, who's 1 for 4. Lead-off batter aboard for the Vikings. Looking to continue the fun to a Game 7. Laxa with a single back in the 6th. Spear away from first, and a throw from Silversmith. Laxa with 5 hits in the tournament, now 5 for 16. Fly ball center field, Bradshaw moving back, has room. Well, Laxa gave it a ride just in front of the track and straight away center. Spear back to first, 1 down. But it is going to be hard to get 1 down against Bradshaw out in center field. He has shown exceptional range. And that brings up hero of the hour for the Vikings, Eric Altmark, whose double back in the 8th inning gave the Vikings the briefest of leads before Landon White came up. Another base hit for Altmark. Spear gonna hold at second. 3-hit day for Eric Altmark. And it'll bring up Jordan Hall.
Left fielder number 1, Jordan Hall.
Colin Spear. Just 1 stolen base on the season. Certainly no threat to go, but could have a play at the plate on a base hit potentially with Spear at second. That's the run that matters. Good curveball from Silversmith for a strike. And he's looking for a double play ball. Haven't turned one here today. Back to the screen. Ball quickly in a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. He is 1 for 4. Double back in the 2nd. Outfield straight away. And Jackson in left, certainly in a couple of steps. Trying to cut off a base hit the opposite way. Popped up left side. Jackson on the run in foul territory. Not going to get there. So Hall still alive. Isaac Hawthorne waiting on deck. Vikings picked up their 40th win of the season last night against Cyprus, but looking for more. Swing and a miss. Silver Smith fans Hall. 2 down. And now it's up to Isaac Hawthorne. The struggle today at the plate for Hawthorne. 0 for 4, but of course, now we do have a pinch hitter. Okay. So instead, we're going to get Kenji Colston.
Your sense of play is now batting for the Vikings. Number 4, Kenji Colston.
So Colston, who was battling a leg injury yesterday, not in the lineup today, but will pinch hit for Hawthorne as the designated hitter. Silver Smith ready. Bouncer to third. Thomas on the short hop. Will go to second for the force to retire the side. The Vikings threaten, but come up empty. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. 2 left on base, heading to the 11th. Still tied at 5, Mount Sac, West Valley, on the Bay Area Online Sports Network.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Diego Ortiz will lead things off for the Mounties in the 11th, to be followed by Cole Knockreiner and Jackson Giacone. Brandon Ashley starts his second inning of work. First offering to Ortiz, in for a strike. No balls and a strike. Yeah, you've got to be impressed with Bryce Berry, Sebastian Bueller, Jordan Jackson. Got a lot of innings logged on the season between the three of them. Lined into center, a base hit for Ortiz. And now Ashley, but they have stepped up big time. Kept the Vikings in it. We're tied at 5 here in the 11th. Yet another hit for Ortiz, a 3-hit day. He's got 7 hits in the series, and it'll bring up Knockreiner, who's 1 for 4 with a walk. Interesting, taking a look at the stats. Just going to say, Knockreiner with 5 sacrifices on the season, so he handles the bat well. And indeed, as I get ready to say that, he squares the bunt, takes the fastball high for a ball. Sealkin in on the grass at third. Now Knockgrinder going to take a breaking ball outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Sealkin going to stay in at third. Spear holds Ortiz on at first. They're about halfway up the middle. 2-0. Called strike. Balls and a strike. That's a big call for Ashley. That ball painted the outside corner. Gets the call there. Big difference. 2-1, 3-0. This one well outside. Dillahay able to lunge. Keep that one in front. 3-1. Ashley from the belt. Here's the pitch outside. Dillahay can't frame that one up. 2 down, I should say 2 on. Nobody out, and here comes Giacone. Thinking about the sacrifice with Jackson Giacone. He does have 3 on the season. And Giacone with great speed as well. He's going to square to bunt, but curveball well outside, I think. If Giacone were to try to take a swing, get one down on the ground, he's going to be hard to double up. Yeah, looking at the numbers, he has grounded into 3 double plays on the season. Able to bunt it back toward the mound. Ashley going to have to go to first. Successful sacrifice for Giacone. And now runners at second and third with just 1 out. And Terrell Jackson will once again come up in a huge spot. It was Jackson at the plate back in the 9th with 2 down and the bases loaded. And he has seemingly come up all weekend in big spots. And once again, Jackson up in a huge spot. Backdoor slider in for a strike. No balls and a strike on Terrell Jackson. To third. Sealkin going to come home. And they're going to get the runner hung up. Yeah. Jackson hustling does make it to second. So Ortiz was able to stay alive long enough for Jackson to get all the way to second. Now second and third with 2 down. As Jackson barrels it up, but right to Sealkin. And as they get Ortiz hung up, not much Ortiz can do other than just try to stay in the rundown long enough for Jackson ultimately to make it to second. You should get back to where you started. And it's second and third, and now Noah Rodriguez with a chance. With 2 runners in scoring position, breaking ball outside. Well, Rodriguez been on 3 more times today, 1 for 3 with a couple of walks. Field back. Breaking ball outside, 2 balls and no strikes. And Bradshaw would be next. Again, back to that breaking ball, back over the inside corner, 2 balls and a strike. And Ashley's got that pitch dialed up. 2-1 on Rodriguez. Looking to bunt, but popped it foul. Did have Sealkin well back at third. Perhaps that caught the eye of Rodriguez, who had a notion, but bunt popped foul. And now it's 2-2. Ashley ready, swung on and missed, gets him with the slider. Brandon Ashley coming up big out of the jam. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 runners left on base, heading to the bottom of the 11th, still tied at 5. The Vikings and the Mounties for the 3C2A championship.
I'm in my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. Waited too long, but I told him I missed. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less.
Dingers, bombs, taters, nukes, icons.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Drew Dillahay will lead things off for the Vikings in the bottom of the 11th, followed by the top of the order, David Estrada and Marcelo Rivera. Excuse me, Carmelo Rivera. So this one now equals the longest of the weekend. We went 11 innings back on Saturday afternoon.
The 11th inning, catcher number 10, Drew Dillahay.
Dillahay 1 for 4. Base hit back in the second. For Silversmith into his 4th inning. Bunt popped up and Knockreiner with the diving stab. 1 down. Well, we've been talking about Cole Knockreiner's defense. Not going to stop now. Up quickly. And lays out to retire Dillahay. 1 down. Bring up Estrada. 4 for 5 on the day. On the outside corner for strike 1. Silversmith ready. Good fastball at the knees. No balls, 2 strikes. Quickly on David Estrada. All the way. And Estrada takes a long walk, and again, cagey play from Estrada, I think, to try and upset the rhythm of Silversmith. He's locating well right now, misses with the fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes on David Estrada. Carmelo Rivera waiting on deck. Fouled out of play. It's a lengthy outing for Sam Silversmith, but does log a fair amount of innings. Be interested to see what his long is for the season. Fastball high. He did go 3 innings on Saturday. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. I lost a pitch with Estrada. just misses. 3-2. And early on in the season, well, the scoreboard had a 2-2. I was confused on the count. Estrada thinks he's on his way to first. Early on in the season, Silversmith did have a couple of 5-inning outings. He settled into shorter stints for the most part for much of the year. But he has been relied on heavily in the postseason. He's now up to 17 innings of work in the postseason. And they're going to have to consult here and get the count. And they'll get it from statistician David Silverstein. So 3 balls and 2 strikes is the count on Estrada. That's a lengthy wait for Silversmith out on the mound, up on the rubber for much of the time. He wants to go. Here's the pitch. Cold strike 3. So you can't ice Sam Silversmith. Up and waiting the whole time, and then does that. Pumps a fastball down the middle for strike 3. 2 down, and they'll bring up Rivera. Called strike 1. Carmelo Rivera, 1 for 3 with a walk and a sacrifice. 0 for a ball. Rivera trying to get Sealkin and potentially Spear to the plate one more time with runners on base. Breaking ball of beauty from Silversmith. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Long look for Silversmith, and now time called. Two balls, 2 strikes on Rivera. Oh for a ball. 3-2 on Rivera. Silversmith still working quickly. Here's the payoff pitch, fouled away. Another lengthy at bat. Rivera, who walked his last time up. Chopper in front of the mound. Silversmith there, fires to first to get Rivera and retire the side. 3 up, 3 down in the 11th. We'll head to the 12th. The Mounties, the Vikings for the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
New pitcher Jake Jones for the Vikings, the fifth pitcher on the day. Jones making his 15th appearance on the season. Record of 3-2, an ERA of 5.46. 28 innings of work, allowed 33 hits, walked 12, struck out 22. And Jones will take over after outstanding performances from Buehler, Jackson, and then Brandon Ashley, who goes a couple of scoreless innings in relief. All of the runs today, and there haven't been a ton with the exception of the Landon White home run, came off starter Bryce Berry, who went 4 2/3. But since then, Buehler and Jackson and Ashley have been lights out. Again, just the one mistake by Sebastian Buehler to Landon White. Top of the order coming up for the Mounties. First offering from Jones, low and away to Brian Bradshaw. Bradshaw 0 for 5 and been hit by a pitch. Again, fastball tailing outside. 2 balls, no strikes on Bradshaw. And Landon White, who's reached 5 times today, waiting on deck. So a lot of pressure for Jones. Pumps a fastball in for a strike. 2 balls and a strike right away on Bradshaw. Hard enough to face Landon White with the bases empty, but you certainly don't want to put Bradshaw on. Popped up. Axa behind the bag for out number 1. And here is Landon White.
Designated hitter number 8, Landon White.
3 for 4 with a home run. Walked and been hit by a pitch. So that was key for Jones to at least get Bradshaw. Base is empty. They're playing Landon White straight away in the outfield. Back a couple of steps, certainly. Ripped down the left field line. It's a fair ball. White gonna head for second. He'll make it easily. A double for Landon White. And the hits just keep on coming. Well, tried to beat him up in the zone. Let's watch here one more time. This is eye level. And you think there might be some safety being far out of the zone, even with a hanging breaking ball. But White goes up there and gets it anyway. Rips it down the left field line. Thomas to the plate. White at second with 1 down. Breaking ball low to Thomas. Ball 1. Ty Thomas 1 for 5 with a walk. Now he's looking for a timely hit. Try to grab the lead once again. Low for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes on Jones. Well, since the big hit from Ortiz all the way back in the 3rd inning, the Mounties have really struggled to put anything together for anyone other than White. It's just foul. Again, it's been a busy day down the left field line for Nick Spencer. A lot of calls, and you can't have a much better view Hard to imagine, but this one called just foul. Even getting some agreement from Toby Wilson there at third base. But again, other than White and Ortiz, this Mountie lineup has really struggled here today despite the 5 runs on the board. But 4 hits for White, 3 hits for Ortiz. Can they get a big hit from someone in the lineup here as they bat in the 12th? Thomas with 1 hit. A couple of hits for Jackson Giacone. 3-1 on Thomas. Low for a ball. So 2 on again. Making pitchers in a jam.
Number 27, Tyler Stoll.
Stoll will be the batter. Tough day at the plate for Stoll. 0 for 5. But again, as our buddy Mitch Collins, who joined us on day 1, I'll tell you, in baseball, the at-bat that matters is your last one. None of it matters for Tyler Stoll. He can deliver right here. Here's the 1-0. 0 for a ball. And now Jones struggling mightily to find the strike zone. And Diego Ortiz, who is swinging a hot bat, chomping at the bit in the on-deck circle. 3-0 on Stoll. Jones from the stretch. Checks the runner, now comes home. Good fastball. 3-1. White with a good lead away from second. Here's the 3-1. Outside for ball 4. And now Jones has loaded him up. And Ortiz will be the batter.
First baseman,
another RBI situation for Diego Ortiz, with a chance for maybe the biggest RBI. And I am expecting that we're going to see a move here. Yeah, Bobby Hill very quick with this sizable bullpen to make a move. Definitely some options. So Jones will depart with the bases loaded and 1 out. Ortiz coming to the plate. We'll come back, tell you about the new pitcher. It's the 3C2A Baseball Championships here from Mount San Antonio College.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Right-hander Shane Timmons on to pitch for the Vikings. Timmons making his second appearance on the weekend. He went an inning of scoreless relief in the loss yesterday to Mount Sac in Game 4. Back on the mound now for his 8th appearance of the season. no record in an ERA of 7.71 in 7 innings of work. And he will come on to face Diego Ortiz. Ortiz, 3 for 5 with a walk, a couple of runs batted in. Ortiz gave the Mounties the lead back in the 3rd inning with a 2-run single. And after some back and forth, here he is again with a chance to once again give the Mounties the lead. Only this time in the 12th. Tied at 5. Bases loaded, 1 down, and Timmons on the mound, ready to go. First pitch, and a chopper in the dirt. No balls and a strike. Spear about even with the bag at first. Sealkin even with the bag at third. They're about halfway up the middle. Bouncing ball. Could be 2. They go to second for 1. The relay from Laxa. Not in time. Ortiz legs it out. Now wait. There is a call at second. They're going to call the double play. Yeah, they're going to say that there was an interference at the bag. And West Valley's going to be out of the inning. They will conference up. But this is a big call from Brian Klein at second base, and we'll have a few looks at it. Oh, this is a massive call. Well, now this will be a good view. Maybe we can run that through one more time. It looked like... okay, so I'm getting to where we are having a minor issue with our with the replay. But we had one look at it there, and it was... it looked like a good hard slide into second. I don't know if it would rise to the level of what you might call interference, but now... I'm not an expert on this. Now, here it is. We'll look at it one more time. And we'll see if maybe we can grab somebody and discuss this one a little bit further, because this is a massive call in a game of massive calls. But it's going to go in the book no matter what we ultimately say about it or how many times we look at it on replay. The call is in the book. And they are going to award the double play. And the Vikings are out of the inning and still alive. Tied at 5, they'll come to bat in the bottom of the 12th at the 3C2A Baseball Championship. Well, the Vikings will look to take advantage as they wriggle out of the jam in the top of the inning and go back to work against Sam Silversmith, who will continue on, having come on all the way back in the 8th. Work into his 5th inning as he will go through the heart of this Viking order: Sealkin, Spear, and Laxa. Breaking ball in for a strike, no balls and 2 strikes. Well, it's an awfully gutsy call from Brian Klein over at second base. Waves off the fielder's choice. After Ortiz had beat it out, check swing, but he went around. Sealkin down on strikes. 1 down.
First baseman, number 12, Colin Spear.
It's a great job by Silversmith. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the ball out of the zone, and Sealkin goes fishing. 1 down. Spear is 1 for 5. Fouls it back to the screen. Spear with a single his last time up. So Silversmith approaching his longest outing of the season. The ball and the strike. Big swing and a miss from Spear. Thinking about taking it to Game 7 on 1 swing. Why not? It's the bottom of the 12th. Still tied at 5. And both teams have had some chances, but the Mounties, on a couple of occasions, been able to get runners on. A fastball up high. Spear can't lay off. 2 down. And for Silversmith, throwing some heat. 8 strikeouts, now in 4 2/3. As he fans Sealkin and Spear, now goes to work on Laxa. First pitch swung on, hooked it foul. No balls and a strike. It'd be interesting to know from John Knott. Obviously, a lot of faith in Silversmith with good reason, but still, only 5 pitchers used on the entire weekend. And of course, there is so much strategy here as you try to navigate both a chance to win this game and ultimately wrap up the championship here, and perhaps look ahead to what you ultimately do if there is a Game 7 and who can be ready to go. Base hit to right for Laxa. 2-out single for Kai Laxa, his second hit of the day, and it brings up Eric Altmark, who's had a big day at the plate. 3 for 5, and Altmark certainly has extra base power, with Laxa at first representing the potential winning run. Altmark, 16 extra base hits on the season, and another one today. Chopper to second, big hop for Stowe. He'll go to first to retire the side, and we play on, heading to the 13th. Mounties and Vikings, nothing decided yet. All tied up at the 3C2A Baseball Championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Your life is your life. I don't think you need to follow the same process that everyone else did. I had no idea what I was going to do out of high school. And having gone to West Valley College, I learned exactly what I wanted to do. I learned what major I wanted to take. I learned all the avenues I wanted to take to get there. If anything, I gained everything going to West Valley College.
Top of the 13th. It'll be Knockreiner, Giacone, and Jackson coming to the plate for the Mounties. Still tied at 5. And Shane Timmons will continue on. And still discussing the big call back in the previous inning, and still trying to get to the bottom of it, but the feeling is that if the slide is enough to take you well past the bag, the determination can be made. that interferes enough to award essentially the double play in that situation. But again, we had just had the briefest of looks at it, but it was a hard slide, certainly one that went decidedly into the bag, but was it enough to warrant the call? Brian Klein said yes. That's the vote that matters. And we play on into the 13th. And it should be pointed out that while we discussed that play, that Brian Klein is looking right at the bag. And so want to be very careful to acknowledge that we had a quick look at it, but Brian Klein is right there and makes that call. And it takes away the potential go-ahead run for the Mounties, and we play on here in the 13th. But you can hardly have a better look at it. And the call came in quickly, and that was the end of the inning. 2-0. Fly ball, right field, near the track, but with room, it's Altmark.
Right fielder, number 9.
So Knockrunner flies to right, and Jackson Giacone will be the batter. Well, between Silversmith going 5 innings, the fact that the Mounties have only used 2 pitchers, and the size of this West Valley pitching staff, it would appear that neither team's going to run out of pitchers anytime soon. Giacone with a line drive base hit. 3rd hit today for Jackson Giacone, who stepped up with a big performance at the plate, and once again the Mounties can bring the potential go-ahead run to, well, first base in this case. 1 down, and it'll bring up Terrell Jackson. So I should say, once again, the Mounties being the potential go-ahead run on base. Well, it was a fast-moving pace, certainly, but into the 13th inning. Going on about 4 hours here. This one, foul territory. Well, no. Are they going to say that Jackson got a piece of this or not? Right now, Giacone's at second. So they're not going to call this a foul ball. This is going to go down as a strike to Jackson. We will have a look at this. And it squirts away, and Giacone alertly takes second. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good view of it, and Jackson just missed it. So the pass ball moves Giacone to second with 1 down, and now Jackson takes a fastball outside, a ball and a strike. Well, we didn't know if we were going to get 2 games today, and we still don't. But we've got 1 game that's starting to feel like 2 as we're into the 13th. 1-1, line drive into center, a base hit for Jackson. They'll wave Giacone around, throw coming in, it's cut off. The Mounties have the lead. And Terrell Jackson, who's been up in big moment after big moment, delivers. Maybe in the biggest moment. And the Mounties finally break through against this Viking bullpen as Terrell Jackson delivers an RBI single. It'll bring up Rodriguez at the knees for strike 1. So now you look ahead to the bottom of the 13th, and it'll be the bottom of the order coming up. Hall, Colston, and Bonfigley for the Vikings. But first, the Mounties certainly will look for more. Ball and a strike. Well, the Mounties had to work hard to fight off one team from the north. That was on Saturday. They're working hard here to try and fight off the other. 2 balls and a strike. Jackson, interestingly, no stolen bases on the season, no attempts. Despite playing just about every day. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A little surprising, imagining also that he is batting in front of Rodriguez. Outstanding hitter, handles the bat well. Bluff towards second, swung on and missed. Rodriguez going after the slider out of the zone. Out number 2, and it will bring up Bradshaw. Jackson still at first. And Bradshaw 0 for 6 here today. And not only is Bradshaw tough out in this situation, but how important does this become with Landon White on deck? Roped into left center. This'll get down. Jackson digging hard. He'll make it to third. Bradshaw into second. Safe. So Bradshaw breaks through. His first hit of the day. A double. Puts runners at second and third. And Landon White will be the batter. And with first base open, I have got to believe that they're going to want to take their chances with Ty Thomas. Yeah, they're just going to send him right to first. So the intentional walk to White, and Ty Thomas once again will come to the plate with runners on base. Thomas 1 for 5 with a couple of walks. And now the thing, of course, to keep in mind, the base is loaded, so Timmons going to have to throw strikes here. Thomas with a good eye, but a chance for some much-needed breathing room in this back-and-forth contest for the Mounties. Would love to go to work in the bottom of the inning with the Vikings needing to put up a crooked number to keep this one going. Back through the middle, a base hit for Thomas. That'll score 1. Bradshaw rounding third. They'll wave him in. He'll score. 2-run single for Thomas. 8-5 the lead for the Mounties. Well, the Mountie fans on their feet, and now they can sense it. The lead is 3. Still going. Stull at the plate. And will it be Silversmith, who's gone 5 innings? Foul back to the screen for Stull. Well, you keep sending Ty Thomas up there. And it's only a matter of time before he's going to make you pay. A 400 hitter during the regular season. And that was a shot through the box. 2-run single to make it an 8-5 lead. Outside to Stull, a ball and a strike. Stull batting .379 during the regular season. Tough day at the plate so far. Without a hit, line caught by Sealkin, robbing Stull of a base hit to end the inning. But the Mounties put 3 on the board on 4 hits. No errors, 2 left on base. Heading to the bottom of the 13th, and the Mounties once again 3 outs away from a 3C2A championship.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
Isaiah Muniz will get the call here for the bottom of the 13th inning. Trying to close it out. He's been lights out all season. Went back on Saturday going 8 innings, allowing just 2 unearned runs, no decision in that eventual win over Sierra. So he started the weekend, got the Mounties going into that winner's bracket ultimately, battling Cam Staten in that great pitcher's duel. And now he'll try to bookend it and finish it out here in the bottom of the 13th as they'll bring him back. Yeah, you can look at some of the numbers on Muniz. 13-1 on the season. An ERA now under 2 after that 8-inning performance on Saturday without allowing an earned run. And now he'll go to work looking for his first save on the season. A save that would bring the Mounties their first baseball championship since 1965. And this has been building for some time. This is a program that has been resurgent under head coach John Knott. And now in his 9th season, 3 outs away from bringing that championship back here to Walnut. 1 ball, no strikes. It'll be Hall, Colston, and Bonfigli. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Vikings. But watching the Vikings all season, if not all weekend, hold everything. This one not over, certainly. 2-0 quickly on Hall. Muniz to the fastball for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. Well, it's always different for Muniz to come in the middle of the game. This is 18th, I should say his 19th appearance on the season, but his first in relief. So let's see how he works to Hall. He's down to the count, 2 balls and a strike. Blows the gas by him, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, you don't need a gun up here to see that that had to be 90 plus. 2 and 2 on Hall. Staying with the fastball. And Hall still decidedly late on it. I think again here, if you're Muniz. Fastball up in the zone. I don't know if Hall can lay off it. 2-2. Fouled away again. And a good at bat for Jordan Hall. Got to see his 7th pitch. Outfield swung around the opposite way for Hall. Swung on and missed. Muniz fans Hall to start the 13th. Coming back from 2-0 down. And it'll bring up Kenji Colston. Fastball high. 1 ball, no strikes on Colston. Colston came on for Hawthorne. He's 0 for 2. And it's a steady diet of fastballs right now for Muniz. And I think with the 3-run lead, this is just smart pitching from Muniz. Going to go right after these hitters. Now works in the curveball. Predictably freezes Colston with the breaking ball. A ball and 2 strikes. It's going to be hard to be ready for that. But Muniz, who's had great control all season, going to be around the strike zone. Colston fouls it off. Also looking to keep the baseball championship in the South, where it's been for a while. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Muniz. And now it'll be up to Bonfigli.
Catcher number 28, Andrew
Bonfigli did have an outstanding game last night in the win over Cyprus, going 2 for 4 with a couple of walks, 2 runs batted in. Yeah, the last champ in the North was San Joaquin Delta back in 2018. Curveball high for ball 1. Good fastball, 1-1 on Bonfigli. Muniz trying to finish this one out in style. Struck out the first 2. Curveball in for a strike, 1-2. Now on Bonfigli, and the Vikings down to their final strike. Mounties have had a run atop the South for much of this season. Easy to forget that they were a top seed a year ago, but upended in the playoffs before the championship, as it was Saddleback and Santa Ana that went back from the South. But the Mounties were on the doorstep a year ago, but fell just short of going for a championship here. Ortiz smothers it. He'll head to the bag, and the championship is coming back to Walnut. Mount San Antonio College, the 2025 3C2A baseball champions.
Totals for this afternoon's ball game. For Mount San Antonio to win, 8 runs, 16 hits, no errors. For West Valley, 5 runs, 15 hits, 1 error. The winning pitcher is Sam Silversmith. He is 4-1. Shane Timmons, St. Selassie is 0-1. Brennan Isaiah Muniz with his first save. Time of today's game, 4 hours and 2 minutes. In just a few minutes, we will have our post-game celebration as we honor both teams for an amazing final game of baseball. Give yourselves a round of applause for both sides. Amazing battle from both sides of the field.
Don't fucking quit. Yeah. And dominate. You guys just solidified yourself as the best motherfucking baseball team in Mount Sac.
Associate Dean and Associate Athletic Director Pat Doyle and Chris Pedretti from the California Community College Baseball Coaches Association, and the entire Mount San Antonio College Athletic Department for hosting this unbelievable baseball tournament. Thank you very much to Mount San Antonio College. These things aren't easy. They did a great job. Now please direct your attention to the field for the awards ceremony. Standing on the field and handing out awards is the Baseball Coaches Association President, Chris Pedretti. At this time, will head coach Bobby Hill and team representatives from West Valley College please come forward to accept the team trophy as the 2025 finalists in the 3C2A Baseball State Championship. The Vikings had an unbelievable season. They finished their season with a record of 40 wins and 13 losses. Congratulations to West Valley College for their outstanding season. In addition to the trophy, the team members will later receive their 2025 3C2A State Championship medals for their successful season. Before our MVP is announced, we also want to acknowledge the 2025 Susan Moore Scholarship Award winner for this year, Jackson Giacone from Mount San Antonio College. Congratulations to Jackson. At this time, we'd like to acknowledge our MVP for the 2025 Baseball State Championship Tournament. This year's tournament MVP is Landon White from Mount San Antonio College. Much to the surprise of nobody. Congratulations, Landon, on an unbelievable tournament and an unbelievable season. At this point, will head coach John Knott and team representatives from Mount San Antonio College please come forward to accept the 2025 3C2A Baseball State Championship Trophy. Party like it's 1965. The Mounties ended their season with a record of 45 wins and only 6 losses. State championship medals will also be handed over to Mt Sac for their outstanding season. Once again, congratulations to both teams and their student athletes for a wonderful season of high-caliber intercollegiate athletic competition. And fans, your support throughout the weekend of this tournament has been graciously appreciated. Until we meet again at Fresno City College, have a great night and a safe drive home. Thank you.
And the Mounties wrap it up at home. Their first championship since 1965, a 45-win season. And I can't help but think of something that I saw earlier today as John Knott finally succeeds in bringing home a championship back to Mount San Antonio College. And one more reference to our great friend Tony Barbone, who we lost this year. John Knott, a former player of Tony Barbone, who one more time seemed to have his hands on this championship. A lot of thanks to get to here, of course, as we wrap things up. Of course, want to thank all the people at the 3C2A, our great friends Jennifer Cardone, George Matagakis, over at the 3C2A for our continued association, bringing you these championships, and so pleased to continue that association once again. Jim Petromelli at the Bay Area Online Sports Network. Of course, the great people here at Mount San Antonio College. Kenny Walter was of so much help, and then, of course, Joe Jenham, Tammy Knott Silva, for once again putting on just a sensational championship event here at Mount San Antonio College. We do so love coming here and working with them as well. Tony Altabelli, great PA announcer here in the booth. Listen, sitting next to us all weekend, that can't be fun. But Tony right here in the booth, another great job really hosting this event. And it's great to see Tony again. David Silverstein, our statistician as well. Of course, our great team at SoCalCollegeSports.com, our director this weekend, Emery Johnson, Eric Chalette on graphics, and our entire SoCal College Sports crew. So many names to mention, but again, phenomenal job, guys, bringing you the visuals and doing such a great job of bringing this event to you. It's my great pleasure to work once again with such a talented and hardworking crew. And, of course, those joining us on the broadcast, Jonathan Reimer stepping in to do some of the play-by-play work this weekend. And great to start our association with Jonathan. Great to have him on. Mitch Collins, Anthony Farrow, Graham Johnson, all joining us as well during the weekend. And it was fun to have you guys on as well. This broadcast produced by Mike Cepeda, Executive Director of SoCalCollegeSports.com. Once again, the Mounties, champions here in 2025, back on top of the mountain. They are the 3C2A baseball champions here from Walnut, California. That'll wrap up our coverage. Thanks so much for joining us. So long, everybody. Have a great night.